Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what if stories, and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully credited in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if a goblin audit of Potter instead revealed years of hidden manipulation and stolen wealth? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1, The Unexpected Letter. The rain hadn't stopped for 3 days. Harry Potter pressed his forehead against the cold glass of Privet Drive's smallest bedroom window, watching water trace crooked paths down the pane. July's heat had broken into something strange and restless, thunder that rolled across Surrey's sky like distant war drums, lightning that illuminated nothing but his own reflection staring back at him. For years since Hagrid had kicked down that door on the shack. For years since he'd learned his parents hadn't died in a car crash. For years of magic, of near-death experiences, of friendship so fierce it sometimes scared him. And yet, here he was. Again. The Dursleys had locked his school trunk in the cupboard under the stairs and chained it. Petunia had found his wand while dusting, he'd hidden it beneath a loose floorboard, but she'd been looking, her thin lips pressed together with that particular cruelty she reserved for anything abnormal. Vernon had turned purple when he saw it, sputtering about freaks and unnaturalness until his face resembled an overripe plum. They'd confiscated everything. His wand. His cloak. The Marauder's map. Even Hedwig's cage, though she'd escaped through the window 2 nights ago and hadn't returned. Harry didn't blame her. He pushed off from the window and paced the small room, 7 steps one way, 7 steps back. His 11th birthday felt like someone else's memory. He was 14 now, nearly 15, with a scar that sometimes burned and a connection to a dark lord that made him wake up screaming in languages he didn't know. No letters from Ron or Hermione in 3 weeks. Not that the Dursleys would give them to him if they'd arrived. Vernon had taken to intercepting the post after that incident with the accidentally magicked pudding last summer. Accidentally. Harry almost laughed. He'd turned Dudley's tongue bright purple for a week, and the only regret he felt was that it hadn't lasted longer. A crack of thunder shook the window in its frame. Harry stopped pacing. Because the thunder hadn't come from outside. He turned slowly, his heart beginning that old familiar rhythm, the one that meant danger, the one that meant something is about to change. The window glowed faintly, not with lightning, but with something else. Something green. The letter materialized out of the storm like it had been waiting there all along. It didn't fly through the air like the Hogwarts letters had. It simply appeared, pressed against the glass from the outside, rain dripping off its edges even though the window was closed. The envelope was heavy parchment, dark cream in color, and sealed with wax that bore no crest he recognized. Not Hogwarts, then. Harry crossed the room in 3 strides and yanked the window open. Rain sprayed his face, cold and sharp, and he snatched the letter before the wind could snatch it first. The wax seal cracked beneath his thumb, black wax, pressed with something that looked like a stylized hammer crossed over a quill. Not a family crest. An institution crest. He unfolded the parchment with shaking hands. The ink was silver. It shimmered as he read, as if the words had been written moments ago. Mr. Harry James Potter. The smallest bedroom. 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. Dear Mr. Potter. We write to inform you that routine auditing procedures conducted by the Gringotts Wizarding Bank Goblin Audit Department have identified certain irregularities connected to the Potter estate accounts, Primary Vault 687, Secondary Trust Vault 912, and the Potter Family Holdings portfolio. These irregularities have triggered an automatic review under Clause 17 of the Goblin Financial Oversight Charter of 1689, which grants the Audit Department full authority to investigate any account showing signs of unauthorized access, administrative tampering, or financial misrepresentation, regardless of the account holder's age or magical guardianship status. You are hereby summoned to attend a preliminary findings meeting at Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London, on the 3rd day of August at 9 o'clock in the morning. Please present this letter to guard Griphook at the main entrance. Failure to attend may result in the freezing of all Potter-associated assets pending a full forensic audit, which could take upwards of 18 months to complete. We strongly advise you to make necessary arrangements with your magical guardian to attend this meeting. Yours in financial neutrality. Ragnarok the Elder. Senior Audit Director. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Goblin Nation. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read it again. Irregularities. Unauthorized access. Financial misrepresentation. He didn't know much about the Potter estate, barely anything, really. Hagrid had mentioned once that his parents had left him plenty of gold, but Hagrid wasn't exactly precise with numbers. The vault Harry had visited in first year had been filled with mounds of coins, enough to buy his school supplies with plenty left over. But he'd never questioned where it came from, or how much there was supposed to be, or whether someone else might have been, touching it. The letter felt heavy in his hands. Hot, almost. 3rd of August. That was 5 days away. Harry looked at the door of his bedroom, the lock the Dursleys had installed on the outside of his door, the cat flap they'd added so they could shove food through without letting him out. They were downstairs now. He could hear Vernon's voice rumbling through the floor, Dudley's heavy footsteps shaking the ceiling of the room below. Make necessary arrangements with your magical guardian. Harry almost laughed out loud at that one. His magical guardian was Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Leader of the Order of the Phoenix. The man who had left him on this doorstep 11 years ago with nothing but a letter and a blanket. The man who had never once visited. The man who sent letters through other people, who kept secrets. Behind his twinkling eyes, who looked at Harry sometimes like he was a chess piece on a very large board. Would Dumbledore want him to go to this meeting? Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it inside his shirt, against his chest. The parchment felt warm there, almost alive. He didn't know the answer to that question. But he knew one thing for certain. He was going. The next 5 days were a study in patience. Harry kept the letter hidden beneath his mattress, moving it each morning to a different spot, inside his pillowcase, taped to the underside of his desk, folded into the lining of his threadbare trainers. Paranoia, maybe. But the Dursleys had a talent for finding things they shouldn't. On the first day, he tried the lock on his door. Still bolted from the outside. On the second day, he realized he had no wand, no money, no way to get to London even if he escaped the house. On the third day, Hedwig returned. She appeared at dawn, tapping her beak against the window with a dead mouse dangling from her claws. Harry let her in, and she dropped the mouse onto his pillow, her version of a gift, before settling on the back of his chair and fixing him with those amber eyes that seemed to understand far more than any owl should. Hedwig, he whispered, stroking her feathers. I need you to deliver a letter. But I can't write one because my quills are locked up. And I don't know who to send it to. She hooted softly, rubbing her head against his palm. The mouse lay on his pillow. Dead. Bloody. Perfect. Harry tore a strip from his bedsheet, the part that would be hidden by the blanket, and dipped his finger in the mouse's blood. Hedwig watched without judgment as he wrote, in shaky crimson letters. Help. Dursleys have my wand. Need to get to London on August 3rd. Gringotts letter. Can't explain more. Please. He didn't know who to address it to. Ron was in Egypt with his family, or maybe back by now. Hermione was probably in France. The Order's headquarters were hidden. And Harry didn't know the address anyway. So he wrote 2 words on the outside of the blood-stained fabric. Sirius. Dog. Hedwig took the strip of cloth in her beak and launched herself out the window before Harry could second-guess himself. Then he waited. On the evening of August 2nd, Harry heard the motorcycle. He was lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks in the plaster, 17 large ones, 42 small, when the sound reached him. Not the roar of a normal engine. Something deeper. Something that made the glass in the window vibrate in its frame. He sat up so fast his head spun. The sound grew louder, closer, until it was directly overhead. Then it stopped. Harry pressed his face to the window, craning his neck to see the sky. Nothing but clouds and fading daylight. But there, in the narrow gap between Privet Drive's rooftops, a shadow detached itself from the clouds and descended. Not a motorcycle. A dog. The massive black shape landed in the Dursleys' backyard with a thud that shook the foundations. Harry heard Vernon shout something from the living room, heard Petunia's shrill gasp, heard Dudley's heavy footsteps pounding toward the back door. Harry didn't wait. He grabbed the letter from beneath his mattress, shoved it back inside his shirt, and threw himself at the bedroom door. His shoulder connected with the wood, once, twice, and on the third impact, the lock splintered outward with a crack like breaking bone. He ran. Down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. Through the hallway, past the family photos where Dudley's face had been blurred by magic. Into the kitchen, where Petunia stood frozen at the sink, a glass slipping from her fingers to shatter on the floor. The back door was already open. Sirius Black stood in the center of the Dursleys' perfectly manicured lawn, and he was huge, not in the way of the dog he'd been moments ago, but in the way of a man who had survived 12 years in Azkaban and emerged with nothing but fury. And love and a desperate need to protect the one person he had left in the world. "Harry," he said. Harry crossed the lawn in 5 strides and crashed into him. Sirius's arms wrapped around him like iron bars, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry let himself forget everything else. The letter. The Dursleys. The war. Voldemort. All of it faded into the smell of leather and smoke and something wild that clung to Sirius like a second skin. "You're thinner," Sirius said against his hair. "Are they feeding you?" "Sometimes." Sirius pulled back, his gray eyes scanning Harry's face like he was memorizing every detail. His hand stayed on Harry's shoulders, gripping tight enough to bruise. "The letter. Show me." Harry pulled the parchment from his shirt and handed it over. Sirius read in silence. His expression shifted, confusion, then surprise, then something darker that Harry couldn't name. His jaw tightened. His grip on the letter tightened. When he looked up again, his eyes were hard. "Does Dumbledore know about this?" "I don't know. I haven't told anyone. I couldn't, they took my wand, locked me in. I know. I know." Sirius folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his own pocket. "We're going. Tonight." "What about?" "Hagrid's on his way with your wand. And Dumbledore can complain all he wants, you're my godson, and Gringotts summoned you, not him. He doesn't get to sit in on this unless you want him there." Harry didn't know if he wanted Dumbledore there. He didn't know what he wanted at all. But Sirius's hand was warm on his shoulder, and the motorcycle was waiting in the shadows, and for the first time in weeks, Harry felt like he could breathe. "Let's go," Harry said. They were in the air within minutes, Harry straddling the motorcycle behind Sirius, the wind tearing at his clothes, London's lights glowing like scattered gold coins below them. Sirius had charmed the bike to fly silently, and the night wrapped around them like a velvet cloak. Harry pressed his face against Sirius's back and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he thought. Everything changes tomorrow. Diagon Alley at night was a different world. The cobblestones gleamed wet under the street lamps, magical flames that burned green and silver and never flickered. Most shops were closed, their windows dark, but Harry could see movement in the upper floors, shadows passing behind curtains, the occasional flash of spell light. Gringotts dominated the end of the street like a glacier carved from nightmare. Its white marble columns rose into the darkness, and the bronze doors, usually flanked by goblin guards during the day, stood closed and silent. Harry and Sirius stood across the street, hidden in the shadow of quality Quidditch supplies. "Are you sure about this?" Sirius asked. His voice was low, almost reluctant. "We could wait." Talk to Dumbledore first. Figure out what this is about before. I've been waiting my whole life, Harry said. I don't want to wait anymore. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. They crossed the street together. The bronze doors opened at Harry's touch, warm to the palm, humming with old magic. The inner hall was vast and silent, its marble floor polished to a mirror shine. Chandeliers hung from the distant ceiling, their crystals dripping light like frozen water. And behind the long counter, seated on high stools that made them seem taller than they were, goblins watched Harry approach with eyes that reflected the chandelier's glow. Unblinking. Unreadable. We have an appointment, Harry said. His voice echoed in the empty hall. Harry Potter. Preliminary findings meeting. The nearest goblin, a creature with a long nose and fingers that put Harry in mind of spiders, inclined his head. Mr. Potter. We have been expecting you. Your companion will wait here. Sirius stepped forward. I'm his godfather. His legal guardian. I have every right. The preliminary findings meeting is for the account holder only, the goblin said, without a trace of apology. Clause 17, subsection C. No exceptions. Harry touched Sirius's arm. It's fine. I'll be okay. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue. His hand drifted toward his wand, a reflex, Harry thought, from years of fighting. But he stopped himself and stepped back. I'll be right here, Sirius said. If you're not back in an hour, I'm coming in. The goblin's lips curled in something that might have been amusement. Duly noted. Another goblin appeared from a side door, shorter than the others, with a fringe of white hair around an otherwise bald head. His eyes were the color of old gold, and he carried a ledger as thick as Harry's arm. Mr. Potter. I am Ragnarok. His voice was gravel and old paper. Follow me. The door closed behind them with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Harry followed Ragnarok down a corridor that sloped gently downward, its walls lined with portraits of goblins who turned to watch him pass. Their eyes followed him, not with hostility, but with something closer to curiosity. Appraisal. The corridor ended at another door, this one made of dark wood banded with iron. Ragnarok touched his palm to the center, and the door swung inward without a sound. The room beyond was smaller than Harry expected. Round, with a ceiling that mirrored the night sky outside, stars moving slowly across the dark expanse. A single stone table sat in the center, and on it rested three objects, a quill, a bottle of ink that shimmered with its own internal light, and a leather-bound book with the words Potter Estate Audit embossed in silver letters. Sit, Ragnarok said. Harry sat. The goblin lowered himself into a chair across from Harry, placing the ledger on the table between them. For a long moment, he simply looked at Harry, those gold eyes unreadable, ancient, weighing. You received our letter, Ragnarok said finally. It wasn't a question. Yes. Do you understand what it means? Harry hesitated. There's something wrong with my parents' money. With my inheritance. Ragnarok's lips pressed together. That is, a simplified interpretation. But accurate enough for now. He opened the ledger, and Harry saw columns of numbers, figures that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as he watched. The Potter estate has been under Gringotts management since 1283, when Linfred of Stinchcombe, the Potter patriarch at the time, deposited the family's first significant gold reserves with our institution. For 7 centuries, your family's accounts have been handled according to the terms established by each successive generation. He turned a page. The numbers changed again. James Potter, your father, was not the first Potter to die young. But he was the first to die with an infant heir and no adult family members to manage the estate during the heir's minority. Harry's throat tightened. I had guardians. The Dursleys. Dumbledore. The Dursleys are Muggles, Ragnarok said flatly. They have no standing in the magical world and no authority over magical assets. As for Albus Dumbledore. He paused, and something flickered across his face, too fast for Harry to name. He was appointed your magical guardian by the Wisengamot following your parents' deaths. A position that granted him significant control over your affairs until you come of age at 17. Harry's hands curled into fists beneath the table. Control over my money. Control over access to your money. The distinction is important. Ragnarok turned another page. The Potter gold remained in your vaults, technically. But withdrawals, authorized expenses, educational costs, living allowances, required your guardian's approval. Standard procedure for minor heirs. Then what's the problem? Ragnarok looked up from the ledger. His gold eyes held Harry's green ones, and for the first time, Harry saw something other than neutrality in the goblin's expression. Anger. Not at Harry. For Harry. The problem, Mr. Potter, is that the withdrawals from your accounts over the past 13 years do not match the approvals on file. The signatures do not match the signatories. The amounts do not match the stated purposes. And when my auditors attempted to trace the discrepancies, they discovered that several key documents, the original trust agreements, the inheritance declarations, even the record of your parents' wills, had been altered. Harry's heart stopped. Altered how? Magically. Professionally. By someone who understood Goblin security protocols well enough to circumvent them. Ragnarok closed the ledger with a sharp snap. We do not yet know who. We do not yet know how much was taken. But we know this, Mr. Potter, someone has been stealing from your family for a very long time. And they never expected us to notice. The room spun. Harry gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles white, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The stars on the ceiling blurred into streaks of light. Stealing. From his family. For 13 years. I want to know everything, Harry said. His voice came out rough, unrecognizable. I want to know who. I want to know how much. I want to know why. Ragnarok nodded slowly. A smile spread across his face, not warm, not friendly, but satisfied. The smile of a predator who has finally found prey worth hunting. Then the audit begins. He opened the ledger again, pulled the quill from its stand, and dipped it into the shimmering ink. Sign here, Mr. Potter. And we will find the truth together. Harry took the quill. The ink glowed silver as he wrote his name, Harry James Potter, and the letters burned into the page like brands. When he finished, Ragnarok stood. Go home, Mr. Potter. Return to your relatives. Your wand will be returned to you within the hour, and we will contact you when the audit requires your presence again. That's it. Harry stood too, his legs unsteady. Wait. You prepare, Ragnarok corrected. The truth we uncover will not be comfortable. It will not be simple. And when it comes to light, there will be those who wish to keep it hidden. He extended his hand, not the human gesture of a handshake, but a goblin's offer, palm up, fingers spread. The Goblin Nation stands with House Potter in this matter. Not out of charity. Out of principle. No one steals from our vaults and walks free. Harry took the goblin's hand. The grip was cold, hard, and absolute. I have one question, Harry said. Ask. Does Dumbledore know about any of this? Ragnarok's smile returned, sharper this time, edged with something dangerous. Mr. Potter, he said. That is the wrong question. Harry frowned. Then what's the right one? The goblin released his hand and turned toward the door. The right question, Ragnarok said over his shoulder, is whether Albus Dumbledore is the one who ensured no one would notice. The door opened. Harry walked through it into the corridor, his heart pounding, his mind racing. Behind him, the stars on the ceiling went dark. And somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, In a vault sealed for 13 years, an old truth stirred, waking from its long sleep, ready to burn everything down. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, A Goblin's Suspicion. The flame burned green at the base of the candelabra, casting shadows that danced like living things across the walls of the Gringotts record chamber. 6 goblins sat around a table carved from obsidian, a table that had witnessed 3 centuries of financial investigations, each one leaving its mark in the form of scratches, ink stains, and the occasional groove carved by a frustrated auditor's dagger. Ragnarok the Elder sat at the head. He had not slept in 48 hours. Not since the preliminary scans had come back from the audit department, flagging the Potter accounts with a severity rating that made even the most hardened goblin auditors pause. Severity, maximum. Confidence, provisional. Action, immediate investigation required. Those 3 lines had changed everything. Around the table sat the senior members of the Goblin Audit. An oversight committee, creatures whose combined age exceeded 12 centuries, whose expertise spanned every financial crime known to wizard and goblin alike. They had gathered in secret, without the knowledge of the Wisengamot or the Ministry of Magic. This was goblin business. Goblin law. Goblin justice. The boy came, Ragnarok said, his voice low and measured. He signed the authorization. The investigation is now fully within legal parameters. Griphook, the same goblin who had escorted Harry to his vault on that first visit 4 years ago, leaned forward, his fingers steepled beneath his long nose. And the guardian? Dumbledore? Was not informed. Will not be informed until we have definitive proof of wrongdoing or innocence. A murmur rippled around the table. You speak as if guilt is already presumed, said a female goblin named Sharptooth, so called for the filed points of her teeth, a mark of her clan's warrior caste. Her voice was rough as grinding stones. The boy's guardian is the chief warlock of the Wisengamot. The supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. The headmaster of Hogwarts. Accusations against such a figure are not accusations, Ragnarok interrupted. They are questions. And questions require answers. He pulled a leather folder toward him and opened it, revealing the first round of audit findings. You have all reviewed the preliminary data. Now I will show you what my personal investigation uncovered last night. He withdrew a single sheet of parchment, not the shifting, living parchment of standard goblin documentation, but something older. Something that had been kept in a vault reserved for records so sensitive that even speaking their existence aloud was a violation of protocol. The original Potter Trust Agreement, Ragnarok said, placing the parchment on the obsidian table. Dated October 31, 1981. Filed by James Potter's solicitor, one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, acting on behalf of the deceased. The goblins leaned forward. The document was beautiful, parchment the color of honey, illuminated with gold leaf at the edges, written in a hand so precise it could have been printed by a machine. But that wasn't what drew their attention. It was the signature at the bottom. Albus Dumbledore's name had been written in ink that shimmered faintly, a magical seal, unique to the signer, impossible to forge without the original wizard's consent. Every magical document in the wizarding world used such seals. They were the foundation of magical contract law. But there was something wrong with this one. Griphook was the first to notice. He pulled a jeweler's loupe from his vest, a device enchanted to reveal magical residue invisible to the naked eye, and pressed it to his eye socket. The seal's resonance pattern is corrupted, he said slowly. The outer layer matches Dumbledore's magical signature. But beneath. He lowered the loupe, his face pale beneath its leathery brown skin. Beneath, there's a second layer. Someone overlaid their own magical signature on top of Dumbledore's. Like painting a new surface over an old wall. Sharptooth's filed teeth gleamed in the candlelight. Impossible. Magical seals are indivisible. You cannot overwrite without destroying the original. You cannot, Ragnarok agreed. But someone did. He reached into the folder again and withdrew a second document, this one ragged, torn at the edges, with dark stains that might have been ink or might have been something else entirely. This, Ragnock said, is what the seal should look like. I retrieved it from the deep vaults, the section reserved for documents that have been magically corrupted or deliberately altered. It was filed there in 1982, labeled as irreparably damaged and scheduled for destruction. The table fell silent. "What you're suggesting," said a goblin named Ironclaw, his voice barely above a whisper, "is that someone within Gringotts helped alter this document. Someone with access to the deep vaults. Someone who could mark a file as damaged and then walk it past our security protocols as if it were rubbish," Ragnock finished. "Yes. That is exactly what I am suggesting." No one spoke. The implications were staggering. Gringotts had stood for over 1,000 years, its security considered unbreachable, its vaults the safest repository of wealth in the magical world. If a goblin had been involved in tampering with the Potter accounts, if anyone had found a way to corrupt the bank's systems from within, our entire institution is at risk, Sharptooth said slowly. If this becomes public knowledge, every family with a vault at Gringotts will question our competence. Our neutrality. Our honor. Our honor demands we find the truth, Ragnock said sharply. No matter the cost. He spread the remaining documents across the table, dozens of them, each one a piece of a puzzle 13 years in the making. Starting tonight, we conduct a full forensic audit of every transaction related to the Potter estate. Every withdrawal. Every deposit. Every transfer. Every single canute that has moved in or out of those accounts since October 31, 1981. Griphook raised a hand. The volume of transactions is irrelevant. We have the resources. We have the authority. And we have the one thing no one expected us to have. Ragnock's eyes swept the table, hard as gold coins. We have the boys' cooperation. Harry Potter signed the audit authorization himself, without Dumbledore's knowledge or consent. That means the usual barriers, guardian approval, minor heir restrictions, estate freezes, do not apply. We have carte blanche to examine every document related to his inheritance. Ironclaw nodded slowly. Then we begin with the trust funds. No. Ragnock pointed to a document near the center of the table, a thick sheaf of parchment bound with red ribbon. We begin with the wills. The wills of James and Lily Potter had been filed with Gringotts on November 1, 1981, the day after their deaths. Standard procedure for magical families, the bank served as the official repository for all inheritance documents, ensuring that no outside party could tamper with a deceased wizard's final wishes. Or so the theory went. In practice, Ragnock had learned over his 3 centuries of service, a determined thief could find ways around any system. The question was not whether someone had tampered with the Potter wills. The question was how much. He unbound the red ribbon and spread the first page across his desk, his private desk, in his private office, where no one else could see the document until he was ready to share it. Last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter. I, James Fleamont Potter, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking all previous wills and codicils. I appoint as the executor of my estate, Sirius Orion Black. Ragnock stopped reading. Sirius Black. Convicted murderer. Escaped Azkaban fugitive. The man currently waiting in the main hall of Gringotts for Harry Potter to emerge from his meeting. The man who, according to every official record, had been stripped of all legal rights and titles following his imprisonment without trial. Without trial. Ragnock made a note in the margin of his ledger. Asterisk verify Sirius Black's legal status. Determine whether Azkaban conviction affects executor appointment. Check for magical override clauses, asterisk. He read on. I bequeath to my son, Harry James Potter, all properties, assets, investments, and liquid gold belonging to the Potter estate, to be held in trust until his 17th birthday, at which point he shall assume full control of his inheritance without restriction. During the period of minority, I appoint the following individuals as trustees responsible for managing Harry's access to his inheritance. 1. Sirius Orain Black, as primary trustee, with full authority to approve withdrawals for Harry's education, maintenance, and welfare. 2. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, as secondary trustee, with authority to act only in the event that Sirius Black is unable or unwilling to fulfill his duties. 3. The Goblin Nation of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, as tertiary trustee, with authority to override any trustee decision that violates the terms of this will. Ragnarok sat back in his chair. Interesting. Very interesting. If this will had been followed as written, Sirius Black would have been Harry's primary guardian, not just for the boy's gold, but for the boy himself. Dumbledore's role was secondary, conditional, limited to situations where Sirius could not act. But Sirius had been arrested, imprisoned, declared a traitor and a murderer. And in his absence, someone had decided that Dumbledore should assume not just secondary authority, but full authority over Harry's inheritance. Who made that decision? Ragnarok flipped to the second page of the will, the page where the magical signatures should have been recorded. James's signature was there, clear and unaltered. Lily's too, signed beneath her husband's with a delicate hand that belied the power of her magical seal. But the witness signatures. Ragnarok leaned closer. 2 witnesses were required for a magical will to be valid. The first was a Goblin Auditor, standard practice for all Gringotts filed documents. That signature belonged to a goblin named Bonecutter, deceased in 1985. No way to question him now. The second witness was listed as Peter Pettigrew. Ragnarok stared at the name. Peter Pettigrew. The man who had supposedly been killed by Sirius Black, blown apart so thoroughly that only a finger remained. The man who had been posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, for his bravery in confronting the traitor Black. Peter Pettigrew, who had signed his name in witness to James Potter's will. Peter Pettigrew, who was still alive. Ragnarok didn't know how he knew this. He had no proof, no evidence, nothing but a gut feeling that had been honed by 300 years of sniffing out lies. But as he looked at that signature, the way the ink shimmered with a resonance that felt wrong, too bright, too deliberate, he knew. Peter Pettigrew had faked his death. And if he had faked his death, then Sirius Black had been wrongly imprisoned. And if Sirius Black had been wrongly imprisoned, then the transfer of trustee authority from Black to Dumbledore was not just irregular. It was illegal. Ragnarok set down the will and stared at the wall of his office, a wall covered in ancient goblin weapons, each one a gift from a grateful client, each one a reminder of the bank's long history of financial justice. What did you do, Albus Dumbledore? What did you do, and who helped you? And how deep does this go? The record chamber was colder at 3 in the morning. Ragnarok had sent the other goblins home hours ago, but he couldn't leave. Not yet. Not when the documents were finally beginning to reveal their secrets. He had spent the past 6 hours cross-referencing the Potter Trust records against Gringotts' internal transaction logs, the logs that recorded every action taken by bank employees, from vault access to document filing to signature verification. The results were damning. Between November 1981 and August 1982, the 9 months following the Potters' deaths, someone had accessed the Potter estate files 47 times. 47 unauthorized accesses. 47 opportunities to alter documents, transfer funds, and hide evidence. And according to the transaction logs, each of those accesses had been authorized by the same goblin, a junior auditor named Gornick, who had died in 1990 under circumstances that the bank had classified as accidental drowning. Gornick had been found in the lake beneath Gringotts, the underground reservoir that fed the bank's plumbing systems. His body had been so badly decomposed that the healers couldn't determine the exact cause of death. They'd ruled it an accident. A tragic fall. A young goblin who had been drinking on the job and slipped into the dark water. Ragnar had never believed it. Gornik had been his nephew. He pulled the transaction logs toward him and began reading, not the summary reports this time, but the raw data. The timestamps. The IP addresses. The magical signatures left behind by every goblin who touched a file. The 47 accesses fell into 3 distinct clusters. Cluster 1, November 1 to 15, 1981. This was when the wills were filed, and when they were altered. Ragnar could see the original filing timestamps, and he could see the modification timestamps that followed hours later. Someone had uploaded the authentic wills at 11:47 a.m. on November 1st, then replaced them with altered versions at 3:23 a.m. on November 2nd. 16 hours. The Potters had died on Halloween night. Their bodies had been discovered in the early morning hours of November 1st. By midnight, someone had already begun tampering with their estate. That was fast. That was planned. Cluster 2, August 15 to 30, 1982. This cluster corresponded to the transfer of trustee authority from Sirius Black to Albus Dumbledore. The original will had named Black as primary trustee, but the altered version, the one currently on file, showed Dumbledore as the sole trustee, with Black's name removed entirely. Ragnar checked the modification timestamp. August 18, 1982. 5 days after Sirius Black's arrest. 3 days after his conviction without trial. Someone moved fast. Someone knew Sirius would be arrested before it happened. Cluster 3, November 1983, January 1984. This was the largest cluster, 31 accesses over 3 months. And these weren't document modifications. These were funds transfers. Ragnar pulled up the transaction details, and his blood ran cold. November 15, 1983, transfer of 50,000 galleons from Potter Trust. Vault 912 to account #4417B, purpose, legal fees related to estate administration. Authorized by, Albus Dumbledore, November 29, 1983, transfer of 25,000 galleons from Potter Trust Vault 912 to account #8912G, purpose, charitable donation in memory of James and Lily Potter. Authorized by, Albus Dumbledore, December 12, 1983, transfer of 100,000 galleons from Potter Primary Vault 687 to account #1123M, purpose, investment in magical research and development. Authorized by, Albus Dumbledore, January 4, 1984, transfer of 75,000 galleons from Potter Trust Vault 912 to account #5589K, purpose, educational expenses, advance payment. Authorized by, Albus Dumbledore, On and on it went. Page after page of transfers, each one authorized by Dumbledore, each one labeled with a purpose that sounded legitimate but felt wrong somehow. 50,000 galleons for legal fees. The Potter estate had no ongoing legal battles in 1983. 25,000 for charity. Possible, but which charity? Account #8912G wasn't registered to any known charitable organization. 100,000 for magical research. That was an enormous sum, enough to fund a major laboratory for years. 75,000 for educational expenses. Harry Potter wasn't even 3 years old in January 1984. What educational expenses required an advance payment of 75,000 galleons? Ragnar made a list of the receiving account numbers. Then he began tracing them. Dawn was breaking over Diagon Alley when Ragnar finally found the connection. The receiving accounts, all 7 of them, traced back to shell companies registered in Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and the Magical Principality of Monaco. Standard money laundering technique, move the gold through multiple jurisdictions, each with its own privacy laws, until the original source becomes impossible to trace. But Gringotts had branches in all those locations. And Ragnarok had friends in all those branches. He sent a series of secure messages, goblin encryption, unbreakable by wizards, and waited. The responses came within the hour. Account hashtag 4417b, Liechtenstein beneficial owner traced to Albus Dumbledore, via proxy Theodore Knott Sr. Account hashtag 8912g, Switzerland beneficial owner traced to Albus Dumbledore, via proxy Augusta Longbottom. Account hashtag 1123m, Monaco beneficial owner traced to Albus Dumbledore, via proxy Barty Crouch Sr. Account hashtag 5589k, Liechtenstein beneficial owner traced to Albus Dumbledore, via proxy Cornelius Fudge. Ragnarok stared at the list. Asterisk Theodore Knott. Augusta Longbottom. Barty Crouch. Cornelius Fudge, asterisk. These weren't random names. These were some of the most powerful figures in magical Britain, the heads of ancient houses, the architects of government policy, the people who had shaped the world Harry Potter was born into. And every single one of them had acted as a proxy for Albus Dumbledore. Why? Why would Dumbledore need proxies? He was the chief warlock. The supreme mugwump. The most respected wizard alive. He could have opened accounts in his own name without raising a single eyebrow. Unless he didn't want the money traced back to him. Unless he knew that what he was doing was wrong. Ragnarok leaned back in his chair, his eyes burning, his mind racing. He had started this investigation expecting to find a thief, someone who had stolen from the Potter estate for personal gain. Someone greedy, short-sighted, foolish. But this wasn't greed. This was strategy. Someone had planned this. Someone had mapped out every step, the altered wills, the false convictions, the shell accounts, the proxies. Someone had been playing a long game, and the Potter estate was just one piece on the board. Who? Who benefits from controlling Harry Potter's inheritance? Who benefits from isolating him from his family's allies? Who benefits from keeping him dependent, ignorant, grateful? The answer sat in Ragnarok's mind like a stone, too heavy to voice. Albus Dumbledore. But not just Dumbledore. Dumbledore and his proxies. Dumbledore and the network of powerful families who had helped him hide the truth. Dumbledore and the goblin who had died in the dark water beneath Gringotts. Ragnarok looked at his nephew's name, ****, written in the transaction logs, and felt something he hadn't felt in a century. Rage. Cold, focused, absolute rage. Someone had murdered his nephew to cover up a financial crime. Someone had used Gornik's access credentials to alter the Potter files, then killed him to ensure he couldn't testify. They made it look like an accident. They thought no one would notice. They thought no one would care. Ragnarok closed the transaction logs and stood up. His body ached, 48 hours without sleep, without food, without anything but coffee and fury. But he couldn't stop now. Wouldn't stop. He walked to the wall of weapons and selected a dagger, old iron, unadorned, its edge still sharp after 300 years. The blade that had belonged to his grandfather, and his grandfather's grandfather, back through 17 generations of goblin warriors. He strapped the dagger to his belt. Then he sat back down at his desk and began writing the report that would destroy everything. Asterisk to the Goblin Audit and Oversight Committee asterisk. Asterisk I have completed the preliminary phase of the Potter estate investigation. My findings indicate systematic financial fraud dating back to November 1981, involving multiple proxies acting on behalf of Albus Dumbledore. Evidence suggests the involvement of a Goblin employee, Gornik, deceased 1990, whose death may not have been accidental, asterisk. Asterisk I recommend the following actions asterisk. Asterisk 1. Immediate freezing of all accounts linked to the proxies identified in this report, asterisk. Asterisk 2. Formal summons of Albus Dumbledore for questioning under Goblin truth-seeking protocols, asterisk. Asterisk 3. Full forensic audit of every transaction involving the Potter estate since 1981, asterisk. Asterisk 4. Notification of Harry Potter, as legal account holder, of our preliminary findings, asterisk. This investigation is no longer preliminary. This is now a criminal matter. Signed. Ragnarok the Elder. Senior Audit Director. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. He sealed the report with his personal crest, a hammer striking an anvil, surrounded by flames, and sent it through the internal messaging system. Then he sat in the darkness of his office, hand on the dagger's hilt, and waited for the storm to begin. Because it would begin soon. The truth was coming. And no amount of stolen gold could stop it now. End of Chapter 2. Hashtag Chapter 3, The Secret Audit Begins. The fireplace in the Dursleys' living room had not been used in 17 years. Vernon had bricked it over shortly after moving into number 4, declaring that fireplaces were dirty, dangerous, common things that had no place in a respectable suburban home. The brickwork was clumsy, done by Vernon himself, with more enthusiasm than skill, and over the years, the mortar had cracked, allowing drafts of cold air to whistle through during winter months. Harry had always wondered what lay behind those bricks. Now he knew. The green flames erupted from the fireplace at 11:47 p.m. on August 4th, blasting the brick barrier outward with a sound like a cannon shot. Harry, sitting on the sofa, ostensibly reading a Muggle textbook that Petunia had assigned him, was thrown backward by the force of the blast, landing hard on the carpet with the wind knocked out of his lungs. When his vision cleared, a goblin was standing in the ruined fireplace. Not Ragnarok. Someone younger, sharper, with a face that looked like it had been carved from granite and left out in the rain. He wore dark grey robes over chainmail armor, and at his hip hung a sword that gleamed with the same silver light as the ink on the Gringotts letter. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, stepping over the rubble without looking down. "I am Grimclaw, Senior Field Auditor. I trust one didn't wake you." Harry pushed himself to his feet, heart hammering. "The Dursleys, they're upstairs, if they hear." "They won't." Grimclaw waved a hand, and the ceiling above them shimmered with a translucent barrier. Silencing charm. Standard procedure for nighttime visits. Your relatives will sleep until morning, unaware that anything has occurred. From upstairs, Dudley's snoring continued uninterrupted. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. "Why are you here?" "The meeting isn't until." The meeting was the beginning. Grimclaw pulled a scroll from his robes, longer than his arm, sealed with multiple wax crests, and held it out to Harry. "The audit has moved into its second phase. Full forensic investigation. Ragnarok requires your presence at Gringotts for the duration." "For the duration?" 3 days. Possibly longer. The bank has prepared quarters for you in the diplomatic wing, guest accommodations suitable for a minor heir under our protection. Grimclaw's eyes flicked toward the stairs, toward the sounds of Vernon's snoring. "Given the circumstances of your current living situation, Ragnarok felt it prudent to remove you from this environment while the investigation proceeds." Harry stared at the scroll in his hands. The wax seals were warm to the touch, the hammer and quill crest he'd seen before, but also others. A dragon. A phoenix. A goblin skull with rubies for eyes. "What's happening?" Harry asked. His voice came out quieter than he intended. "The last meeting, Ragnarok said the audit was just beginning. He didn't say anything about me staying at the bank." Grimclaw hesitated. For the first time, something like uncertainty crossed his harsh features. "The preliminary findings," he said carefully, "were more extensive than anticipated. Ragnarok believes you should be present for the next phase. And he believes you should be somewhere safe while the investigation continues." Somewhere safe. The words hung in the air between them. Why wouldn't Harry be safe at Privet Drive? Why would he need protection from an audit? Unless the people being investigated were the ones he needed protection from. "Let me get my things," Harry said. The diplomatic wing of Gringotts was nothing like Harry had imagined. He had expected cold stone corridors and barred windows, something between a fortress and a prison. Instead, Grimclaw led him through a series of passages that grew progressively warmer, more elegant, more alive as they descended beneath the bank. The walls here were paneled in dark wood, carved with scenes from goblin history, battles against dragons, treaties with wizards, the founding of the bank itself. Sconces held crystals that glowed with soft amber light, and the floors were carpeted in thick burgundy wool that muffled their footsteps. "This is the Hall of Honored Clients," Grimclaw explained as they walked. "Reserved for families who have maintained accounts with Gringotts for more than 5 centuries. The Potters have been with us for 7. Harry tried to imagine his ancestors walking these same corridors, generations of Potters, stretching back to the Middle Ages, each one leaving their mark on the family's legacy. Had any of them felt as lost as he did now? As uncertain? The corridor ended at a door made of black iron, unadorned except for a single word etched into the metal. Potter. Grimclaw touched the door, and it swung open. The suite beyond was larger than the entire ground floor of Privet Drive. A sitting room with a fireplace big enough to stand in, flames already crackling despite the August heat. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes that smelled of old leather and older secrets. A dining table set for one, with silverware that gleamed under the light of a chandelier made from what looked like crystallized dragon tears. Through an archway, Harry could see a bedroom with a 4-poster bed draped in emerald curtains, his house colors, he realized with a jolt. Slytherin's colors, not Gryffindor's. But the Potters predated Hogwarts houses, and green had been their color for centuries. "There are bathing chambers through the second door," Grimclaw said, gesturing. "Fresh clothes have been provided, your size, according to our records. If you require anything else, speak the name of any household item to the wall, and the room will provide it." Harry turned in a slow circle, trying to take it all in. This is all for me. "This is the smallest of the Potter suites," Grimclaw said flatly. "Your ancestors preferred the larger accommodations on the floor above. But those chambers have not been opened since your father's death, and Ragnarok felt it would be inappropriate to disturb them without your permission." Harry's throat tightened. His father's rooms. James Potter's rooms, here in Gringotts, waiting for him. "Maybe later," Harry said hoarsely. "After the audit." Grimclaw nodded. "Ragnarok will come for you at dawn. Try to rest." He paused at the door, his hand on the iron frame. "Mr. Potter, what you will learn in the coming days, it will not be easy. Ragnarok would have told you himself, but he is currently in a meeting with the Goblin High Council, presenting evidence that cannot wait." "What evidence?" Grimclaw's eyes met Harry's, dark, ancient, filled with something that might have been pity. "Evidence that someone you trust has been lying to you. For a very long time." He left before Harry could ask more. The door closed with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Harry didn't sleep. He lay in the 4-poster bed, staring at the canopy above him, emerald silk embroidered with gold thread in patterns he didn't recognize. The mattress was softer than anything he'd ever slept on, the pillows smelled of lavender, and the silence was absolute. But his mind wouldn't stop. "Someone you trust has been lying to you." "Who?" "Dumbledore? Hagrid? Ron? Hermione? Sirius?" The thought made Harry's stomach clench. Sirius had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, Harry believed that with every fiber of his being. But was it possible that Sirius knew something about the Potter estate? Something he hadn't told Harry? No. Sirius would have said something. Sirius hated secrets, had hated them since the moment he learned that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. If Sirius knew someone had been stealing from Harry's family, he would have burned down the ministry to stop it. So not Sirius. Dumbledore. The name echoed in Harry's skull like a bell. Dumbledore, who had placed Harry with the Dursleys and never once checked on him. Dumbledore, who had hired Quirrell despite knowing the man carried Voldemort on the back of his head. Dumbledore, who had waited until the end of Harry's second year to tell him he could speak Parseltongue. Dumbledore, who had kept the prophecy secret until it nearly killed Sirius. Dumbledore, who had access to Harry's money. Harry sat up in bed, his heart pounding. How much did Dumbledore know? How much had he taken? And why? He swung his legs over the side of the bed and padded barefoot to the sitting room. The fire had burned down to embers, casting the room in a dim orange glow. Harry sat on the floor in front of the hearth, hugging his knees to his chest, and watched the dying flames. I trusted you, he thought. I trusted you with my life. With my friends' lives. With everything, And you might have been stealing from me the whole time. The embers crackled. Somewhere deep in Gringotts, floors below him, miles below him, goblins were working through the night, uncovering truths that would shatter everything Harry thought he knew about his life. He wondered if any of them had slept. He wondered if he would ever sleep again. Dawn came slowly in the diplomatic wing. The crystals in the sconces dimmed gradually, mimicking sunrise, and a soft chime sounded somewhere in the walls, a gentle wake-up call that felt more like a suggestion than an alarm. Harry had dozed off on the floor in front of the cold fireplace, and he woke with a crick in his neck and a hollow ache behind his ribs. He washed his face in the bathing chamber, the water came out warm, scented with something herbal, and changed into the clothes the goblins had provided. Black trousers, a dark green tunic, and a cloak the color of midnight with the Potter crest embroidered over the heart. A shield with a chevron, flanked by 2 golden griffins. The clothes fit perfectly. Of course they did. Ragnarok arrived at exactly 7 o'clock, accompanied by 2 goblin guards in full armor. The senior audit director looked even wearier than he had at their first meeting, his white hair disheveled, his golden eyes ringed with dark circles. But there was something different about him too. Something sharper. He carried a leather satchel over one shoulder, and his hand never strayed far from the dagger at his belt. Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said. You slept poorly. It wasn't a question. There's a lot on my mind. There will be more by the end of today. Ragnarok gestured toward the door. Come. The audit chamber is ready, and we have much to discuss before the full team arrives. Harry followed him into the corridor. The audit chamber was located in the deepest level of Gringotts, a level that didn't appear on any map, accessible only by a series of moving staircases and password-protected doors. Harry counted 7 checkpoints between the diplomatic wing and their destination, each one guarded by goblins who looked at him with expressions ranging from curiosity to suspicion. The chamber itself was circular, like the meeting room from Harry's first visit, but 10 times larger. The ceiling was lost in darkness, and the walls were lined with desks, dozens of them, arranged in concentric rings around a central platform. Each desk held a crystal ball the size of a human head, and each crystal ball glowed with a different color, red, blue, green, gold. The audit team, Ragnarok said, leading Harry to the central platform. 47 senior auditors. 12 forensic document examiners. 6 magical signature analysts. 3 curse breakers, in case the tampering extends to physical defenses. Harry looked around at the empty desks. They're not here yet. They will be. At 8 o'clock, the chamber seals, and no one enters or leaves until the day's work is complete. Ragnarok set his satchel on the platform and began withdrawing documents, thick sheaves of parchment, bound with leather straps. The High Council has granted me extraordinary powers for this investigation. We have access to every document, every vault, every record related to your family. Nothing is off limits. Harry sat down on a wooden stool, the only seat on the platform, facing outward toward the empty desks. Why me? Why not just investigate without me here? Ragnarok paused, a document in each hand. Because the law requires it, he said finally. As the account holder, you have the right to witness every stage of the audit. But more importantly, he set down the documents and faced Harry directly. More importantly, I wanted you to see the truth for yourself. I wanted you to watch as we uncover it, piece by piece. So that no one can later claim you were manipulated. So that no one can twist the findings to serve their own agenda. Harry frowned. You think someone will try? I know someone will try. Ragnar's golden eyes hardened. The people we are investigating are not petty thieves, Mr. Potter. They are powerful. Connected. They have spent 13 years building a web of lies that stretches across continents and through multiple governments. When this audit becomes public, and it will become public, they will fight to discredit us. To discredit you. But the evidence. Evidence can be buried. Witnesses can be silenced. Truth can be drowned in a river of legal challenges and political maneuvering. Ragnar's hand dropped to his dagger. That is why we must be perfect. Every document authenticated. Every signature verified. Every chain of custody documented. When we present our findings to the Wisingamot, there must be no room for doubt. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the way they had spent 11 years convincing the neighbors that he was a delinquent, a liar, a troublemaker. About how no one had believed him when he said his aunt and uncle were starving him, locking him in his cupboard, treating him like something they'd scraped off their shoes. Evidence can be buried. Witnesses can be silenced. Truth can be drowned. But you believe me, Harry said quietly. You believe someone stole from my family. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. I believe, he said finally, that the documents do not lie. And the documents say that your inheritance has been systematically looted for 13 years by persons unknown, using methods that required inside access to Gringotts and advanced knowledge of our security protocols. He met Harry's eyes. I believe a goblin died to cover up those crimes. And I believe that the wizard who benefited most from that goblin's death is the same wizard who has controlled your access to your family's gold since you were 15 months old. Albus Dumbledore. Ragnar hadn't said the name. He didn't need to. I want to see everything, Harry said. Every document. Every transaction. I want to know exactly how much they took. Ragnar nodded slowly. That may take days. Possibly weeks. I don't care. Harry's voice was steady now, steadier than he felt. I've been in the dark my whole life. It's time I saw the light. The audit began at 8 o'clock precisely. 47 goblins filed into the chamber and took their seats at the crystal-lit desks. They moved in perfect synchronization, like a machine built from flesh and bone, each one knowing exactly where to go and what to do. Harry sat on the central platform, watching them work. The first hour was organizational, assigning tasks, dividing the documents, establishing chains of custody. Ragnar stood at a podium near Harry's stool, issuing orders in a language Harry didn't recognize, gobbledygook, probably, the ancient tongue of the Goblin Nation. By 9 o'clock, the real work had begun. Primary vault records, called a goblin from the inner ring. Access logs for Vault 687 show 47 entries between November 1981 and December 1991. Only 12 were authorized by the account holder's guardian. The remaining 35 show no authorization on file. Cross-reference with the guardian's signature records, Ragnar ordered. I want to know if the unauthorized entries correlate with known forgeries. Trust account records, called another goblin. Vault 912 shows 62 withdrawals between 1982 and 1991. The stated purposes include educational expenses, medical care, and living allowances. However, the amounts withdrawn exceed standard rates by an average of 400%. Flag every transaction over 1,000 galleons for detailed review. Property records, called a third goblin. The Potter estate includes 17 properties across the United Kingdom, Ireland, and France. According to our files, 12 of these properties were sold between 1983 and 1989. The sale proceeds were deposited into an account that has since been closed. Harry's breath caught. 17 properties. His family had owned 17 properties. Estates, probably. Homes that had belonged to the Potters for generations. And 12 of them had been sold. Without his knowledge. Without his permission. Who authorized the sales? Ragnarok asked. A pause. The goblin at the property desk consulted his crystal ball, his long fingers tracing patterns on its glowing surface. The authorization documents bear the signature of the estate's legal guardian, he said slowly. Albus Dumbledore. Harry closed his eyes. Albus Dumbledore sold my family's homes. And kept the money. The goblins continued their work, calling out findings, cross-referencing data, building a case that grew larger by the minute. Harry listened to it all, the names, the dates, the amounts, and felt something inside him crystallize. Not anger. Not yet. Understanding. For years, he had wondered why Dumbledore kept secrets. Why the headmaster never told him the whole truth, never trusted him with the full picture. Harry had assumed it was protection, that Dumbledore was shielding him from dangers he wasn't ready to face. But now he wondered if the secrets had a different purpose. If Dumbledore was stealing from Harry, what else was he hiding? What else had he taken? At noon, the chamber fell silent. Ragnarok called for a break, 30 minutes for food and rest, and the goblins filed out through a side door, leaving Harry alone on the central platform. He didn't move. His mind was still processing the morning's findings, the sheer scale of the theft. According to the preliminary calculations, the Potter estate had lost approximately 2 million galleons since 1981. 2 million. Enough to buy a fleet of Nimbus 2001s. Enough to fund the Order of the Phoenix for a decade. Enough to make Harry never have to worry about money again. That money was supposed to be mine. My parents left it for me. And Dumbledore took it. The door opened, and Ragnarok returned alone. He carried a tray of food, bread, cheese, fruit, a goblet of pumpkin juice, and set it on the platform beside Harry's stool. Eat, the goblin said. You will need your strength. Harry looked at the food but didn't touch it. 2 million galleons. Yes. That's what they took. That is what we have found so far. Ragnarok sat down on the edge of the platform, his short legs dangling over the side. There are more accounts to examine. More properties. More transactions. The final total may be significantly higher. Harry turned to face him. How is this possible? How can one person steal that much money without anyone noticing? Ragnarok's expression darkened. Because the one person had help, he said. Help from inside the ministry. Inside the Wizengamot. Inside Gringotts itself. He pulled a document from his satchel, a list of names, handwritten in silver ink. These are the proxies we identified last night. The wizards who created shell accounts to receive the stolen funds. Harry took the list. Theodore Knott Sr. Augusta Longbottom. Barty Crouch Sr. Cornelius Fudge. Lucius Malfoy. Amelia Bones. Rufus Scrimgeour. 7 names. 7 of the most powerful wizards in Britain. Harry stared at the list, and the world tilted sideways. Amelia Bones, he said hoarsely. She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's supposed to be against corruption. She is also the aunt of your friend Susan Bones, Ragnarok said. And she has sat on the Wizengamot for 23 years. Proximity to power does not guarantee immunity to temptation. What about Lucius Malfoy? He's a Death Eater. He wouldn't help Dumbledore, he hates Dumbledore. Money has no allegiance, Mr. Potter. Lucius Malfoy would help anyone if the price was right. And the price, in this case, was access to information that could be used against Dumbledore at a later date. Ragnarok tapped the list. Every name here has a reason to participate. Every name here received something in return: gold, favors, political protection. Harry's hands shook as he held the paper. These people stole from my family. These people. The door opened again, and a goblin messenger ran into the chamber, breathless and wide-eyed. Director Ragnarok, the ministry, they've sent an inquiry. Someone leaked news of the audit. The Wisengamot is demanding answers. Ragnarok stood, his hand on his dagger. Already, he murmured. They work faster than I anticipated. The messenger hesitated. There's more, sir. Albus Dumbledore has requested an emergency meeting with the Goblin High Council. He says the audit is a violation of the International Statute of Secrecy and must be halted immediately. Harry's blood ran cold. Dumbledore knows. And he's trying to stop the investigation. Ragnarok turned to face Harry, his golden eyes blazing. The secret audit is over, Mr. Potter, he said. From this moment forward, everything is in the open. He drew his dagger from his belt. And God help anyone who tries to stand in our way. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Missing Millions. The chamber erupted into controlled chaos. Goblin messengers ran between desks, carrying parchment scrolls that glowed with emergency seals. Crystal balls flickered from gold to red, the color of active threat alerts, and the air grew thick with the smell of ozone and old paper. Ragnarok stood at the center of it all, his dagger still drawn, barking orders in gobbledygook that made the walls vibrate. Harry remained on the central platform, forgotten for the moment, the list of names still clutched in his hands. Theodore Not Senior Augusta Longbottom. Barty Crouch Senior Cornelius Fudge. Lucius Malfoy. Amelia Bones. Rufus Scrimgeour, *. 7 names. 7 thieves. And behind them all, pulling the strings like a puppeteer in the shadows, Albus Dumbledore, *. The ministry's inquiry is a diversion, Ragnarok was saying to a cluster of senior auditors. They don't want answers, they want to slow us down. To give their allies time to destroy evidence. Should we comply? Asked Sharptooth, her filed teeth gleaming. A direct refusal will provoke. Everything will provoke them, Ragnarok interrupted. We are investigating the most powerful wizards in Britain. Of course they will fight back. The question is whether we fight harder. He turned to face Harry, and the room seemed to quiet around them. Mr. Potter. I need your permission to proceed. Harry blinked. My permission? The law requires it. The audit authorization you signed covers preliminary investigations only. To move into the full forensic phase, to access sealed records, frozen accounts, and restricted vaults, I need your explicit consent, given in front of witnesses, with full understanding of the consequences. Ragnarok gestured, and 2 goblins stepped forward carrying a heavy ledger bound in black leather. They placed it on the platform at Harry's feet, and the book fell open to a page covered in dense, silver script. This document, Ragnarok said, authorizes Gringotts to pursue the Potter estate investigation to its fullest extent, regardless of political pressure, legal challenges, or threats of force. It permits us to freeze assets belonging to any individual or institution implicated in the theft. It grants us the power to summon witnesses, compel testimony, and, if necessary, confiscate property. Harry read the first paragraph. His stomach turned. The consequences, he said slowly, include war. Ragnarok didn't flinch. The Goblin Nation has not declared war on the British Ministry of Magic in 300 years. But if we pursue this investigation to its conclusion, we may find ourselves in conflict with every powerful family in magical Britain. He paused. Including the family of your best friend. Augusta Longbottom. Neville's grandmother. Harry's throat closed. Neville, the boy who had stood with him in the ministry, who had fought beside him in the Department of Mysteries, who had pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat and cut off Nagini's head. Neville, who had never had a single unkind word for Harry. Neville, who had lost his own parents to Bellatrix Lestrange's Cruciatus. Neville's grandmother was on the list. Neville's grandmother had helped Dumbledore steal from Harry's family. "This doesn't make sense," Harry said, his voice cracking. "Augusta Longbottom is one of the most respected witches in Britain. She's on the Wisengamot. She raised Neville after his parents were tortured into madness. Why would she?" "Money," Ragnarok said simply. "Power. Influence. The same reasons anyone steals." He knelt in front of Harry, bringing his golden eyes level with Harry's green ones. "I am not asking you to forgive them, Mr. Potter. I am not asking you to understand them. I am asking you to trust that the truth, all of it, is better than the lies you have been living." Harry looked down at the black ledger. At the silver script. At the line at the bottom, waiting for his signature. "I, Harry James Potter, heir to the estate of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, do hereby authorize the Goblin Nation of Gringotts Wizarding Bank to pursue the attached investigation without limitation or restriction, accepting all consequences that may arise therefrom." His hand trembled as he reached for the quill. "If I sign this, Dumbledore will never forgive me. If I don't sign this, I'll never forgive myself." He signed. The letters burned silver, * Harry James Potter *, and the ledger slammed itself shut with a sound like thunder. Across the chamber, all 47 crystal balls flared white, then settled into a steady pulsing gold. Ragnarok stood. "The audit is now in full forensic phase," he announced. "No more secrets. No more delays. Every transaction, every document, every signature, we will examine it all." He turned to the goblins at the property desk. "Start with the missing millions." The missing millions, Harry learned over the next 6 hours, were not just missing. They were buried. The goblins worked in shifts, their crystal balls projecting holographic displays into the air above each desk, streams of numbers, names, dates, and locations that wove together into a web so complex it made Harry's head spin. He watched from the central platform as the auditors traced transaction after transaction, following the gold from the Potter vaults through the shell accounts in Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and Monaco, then out into a network of investments, purchases, and private holdings that spanned the globe. The first cluster of thefts occurred between November 1981 and January 1982, Sharptooth reported, her voice echoing through the chamber. Total stolen, approximately 450,000 galleons. The funds were transferred to account #4417B in Liechtenstein, then divided among 6 subsidiary accounts. Where did the subsidiary accounts send the money? Ragnarok asked. Sharptooth tapped her crystal ball, and a map appeared in the air above her desk, a map of Europe, dotted with glowing red pins. Account #4417B1 sent 100,000 galleons to a private vault in Switzerland. The vault is registered to a holding company that no longer exists. The money has not been touched since 1982. A dead end, Ragnarok muttered. Not necessarily. Sharptooth zoomed in on the Swiss vault's location. The holding company may be defunct, but the vault itself is still active. If we can gain access, then we will. Ragnarok made a note on his parchment. Continue. The second cluster was larger, 750,000 galleons transferred between February 1982 and December 1983. These funds went to account #8912G in Switzerland, then to a series of investment accounts managed by a firm called Blackthorne and Associates, a company that, according to the records, had gone bankrupt in 1995. Bankruptcy doesn't destroy money, Ragnarok said sharply. It just moves it. Track the firm's liquidators. Find out where the assets were distributed. The third cluster was the largest, over 1.2 million galleons transferred between January 1984 and October 1991, the month before Harry started Hogwarts. These funds went to multiple accounts, then to multiple proxies, then to multiple investments that seemed designed specifically to be difficult to trace. "This is where the pattern changes," said a goblin from the outer ring, a young female with spectacles perched on her long nose. "The early clusters are messy. Rushed. Whoever planned them didn't expect an audit, so they didn't bother covering their tracks thoroughly. And the later clusters? Professionally executed." The young goblin pushed her spectacles up her nose. "The funds are layered through 14 different jurisdictions, each with its own privacy laws. The proxies are shielded by magical contracts that would take years to unravel. And the final destinations." She hesitated. "The final destinations are encrypted." Ragnar's eyes narrowed. "Encrypted with what?" "Goblin encryption." The chamber went silent. Harry felt the temperature drop. Goblin encryption, the same encryption that protected Gringotts' most sensitive records. The same encryption that was supposed to be unbreakable by anyone outside the Goblin nation. Who had access to the encryption keys? Ragnar asked, his voice dangerously quiet. The young goblin swallowed. "Only senior auditors, director. And the goblin who died in 1990. She looked at her crystal ball, then back at Ragnar. "Gornek." Ragnar's hand moved to his dagger. Harry watched the goblin's face, the way his jaw tightened, the way his nostrils flared, the way his golden eyes seemed to burn from within. Gornek, the name meant something to Ragnar. Something personal. "Show me," Ragnar said. The young goblin tapped her crystal ball, and the holographic display shifted. Streams of encrypted data appeared, strings of symbols that looked like nothing Harry had ever seen. They writhed and twisted in the air, coiling around each other like snakes. "These are the transaction records for the third cluster," she explained. "Every transfer, every withdrawal, every deposit, all encrypted with Gornek's personal key." "His personal key should have been deactivated after his death," Ragnar said. "It was." The young goblin's voice was barely a whisper. "But someone reactivated it. 6 months after he died." The chamber erupted into murmured speculation. Someone reactivated a dead goblin's encryption key. Someone inside Gringotts. Someone who knew Gornek's codes, his passwords, his security protocols. Ragnar raised his hand for silence. "This changes things," he said. "We are no longer investigating external thieves who bribed or blackmailed a goblin employee. We are investigating a conspiracy that includes at least one current member of the Gringotts staff, someone with the knowledge and authority to access a dead auditor's encryption key." He turned to face the assembled goblins. "Effective immediately, every employee who worked with Gornek is to be questioned. Every transaction he processed in the last year of his life is to be re-examined. And every security protocol he touched is to be reset." A goblin near the back raised his hand. "Director, if the traitor is still in this room, then they will be found." Ragnar's voice was ice. "And they will face goblin justice." The afternoon wore on, and the findings grew worse. By 4 o'clock, the auditors had traced another 800,000 galleons in stolen funds, bringing the total to over 3.2 million. By 6 o'clock, they had identified 19 additional properties that had been sold without Harry's knowledge, including a manor house in Cornwall, a hunting lodge in the Scottish Highlands, and a vineyard in the south of France. "My family's vineyard. My family's hunting lodge. My family's manor house. Asterisk all sold. All gone, asterisk." Harry sat on the central platform, numb, as the goblins read out the list of properties and their sale prices. Cornwall Manor, 250,000 galleons, sold to Tiberius Ogden, March 1985. Scottish Hunting Lodge, 95,000 galleons, sold to Walden McNair, November 1986. French Vineyard, 400,000 galleons, sold to the Rosier family, August 1988. Each sale was a knife in Harry's chest. These places were supposed to be mine. My children's. My grandchildren's. Generations of potters, and one man sold it all. Ragnarok approached the platform, his expression grim. We have found enough evidence to freeze 23 accounts, he said quietly. Enough to summon 15 witnesses for questioning. Enough to present a preliminary case to the Wisengamot. But not enough to prove Dumbledore was behind it, Harry said. Ragnarok hesitated. The evidence against Dumbledore is circumstantial. Strongly circumstantial, but circumstantial nonetheless. We have his signature on the authorization documents. We have his proxies moving the money. But we do not yet have proof that he knew where the money was going, or that he personally benefited from the theft. Harry looked at the list of names in his hand. Theodore Knott Sr. Augusta Longbottom. Barty Crouch Sr. Cornelius Fudge. Lucius Malfoy. Amelia Bones. Rufus Scrimgeour. These people benefited, Harry said. They received money from my family's accounts. Does the law care whether they knew it was stolen? Ragnarok's lips curled into something like a smile. No. The law cares whether they should have known. And in the case of these 7, each one is a trained legal professional, each one holds a position of public trust, each one had a duty to verify the legitimacy of any funds they received. He paused. Ignorance is not a defense for the powerful, Mr. Potter. It is an admission of negligence. Harry nodded slowly. Negligence. Willful blindness. Complicity. So what happens now? Ragnarok glanced at the clock, an elaborate brass device embedded in the wall, its hands spinning backward rather than forward. Now, we prepare for the political storm. The Ministry's inquiry will arrive within the hour. Dumbledore's emergency meeting with the High Council is scheduled for 9 o'clock tonight. And by midnight, every newspaper in magical Britain will have heard rumors of the audit. He offered Harry his hand, the same gesture as their first meeting, palm up, fingers spread. I told you the truth would not be comfortable. Mr. Potter. I did not tell you it would be dangerous. His golden eyes held Harry's green ones. Are you ready? Harry took the goblin's hand. The grip was cold, hard, and absolute. I've been ready, Harry said. I just didn't know it. The Ministry's inquiry arrived at 7:23 p.m. 3 wizards in plum-colored robes, junior functionaries, by the look of them, were escorted into the audit chamber by goblin guards. They looked around at the 47 crystal balls, the holographic displays, the armed guards, and their faces went pale. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement demands an explanation, said the lead functionary, a thin man with a mustache that seemed to have been starched into place. This audit was conducted without proper notification, without ministry oversight, and without. This audit, Ragnarok interrupted, was conducted under the authority of Clause 17 of the Goblin Financial Oversight Charter of 1689, a charter ratified by the Wisengamot itself. No ministry oversight is required or permitted. The functionary's mustache twitched. The charter permits investigation of irregularities. It does not permit. It permits whatever the senior audit director deems necessary to protect a client's assets. Ragnarok stepped closer to the functionaries, and despite being half their height, he seemed to tower over them. Tell your masters that the Potter estate investigation will continue. Tell them that we have already identified multiple individuals who received stolen funds. And tell them that if anyone attempts to interfere with this audit, by legal means or otherwise, the Goblin Nation will respond with proportional force. The functionaries exchanged nervous glances. Is that a threat? Asked the mustached wizard. Ragnarok smiled, a smile that showed every one of his sharp teeth. It is a promise. The functionaries left. The chamber fell silent. Harry watched them go, watched the door close behind their plum-colored robes, and felt something shift inside him. Not courage. Not anger. Something older. Something that had been sleeping in his blood for generations. The Potter family has faced enemies before. The Potter family has survived wars, plagues, and political purges. The Potter family will survive this. He stood up from the central platform. Ragnarok, he said. Show me the rest. The rest took until midnight. By the time the goblins finally stopped for the night, the total stolen had reached 4.1 million galleons. The properties sold numbered 23. The proxies implicated had grown to 11, for new names added to the original 7, each one a wizard or witch of significant standing in magical Britain. And the evidence against Dumbledore had moved from circumstantial to compelling. Look at this, Sharptooth said, projecting a document into the air above her desk. This is a withdrawal authorization from January 1985, 50,000 galleons for special educational expenses. The signature is Dumbledore's. The magical seal is Dumbledore's. And the receiving account. She tapped the crystal ball. The receiving account belongs to a private school in Romania. A school that closed in 1986, 3 months after the money was deposited. What happened to the money? Ragnarok asked. It was withdrawn in cash. 50,000 galleons. By a wizard matching Dumbledore's description. Harry's heart pounded. 50,000 galleons in cash. For a school that didn't exist. Withdrawn by Dumbledore himself. That's enough, Harry said. His voice echoed in the silent chamber. That's enough to summon him. To question him. 2. It's enough to start a war, Ragnarok interrupted. If we accuse Albus Dumbledore of theft without ironclad proof, his allies will destroy us. The newspapers will call it goblin aggression. The ministry will invoke emergency powers. And the investigation will be buried under so much political debris that no one will ever find the truth. Harry's hands curled into fists. So what do we do? Just let him get away with it. Ragnarok shook his head slowly. We wait, he said. We gather more evidence. We build a case so solid that even Dumbledore's enemies cannot ignore it. He looked at the clock, the brass device with its backward spinning hands. And we prepare for the moment when the truth finally comes to light. He turned to face the assembled goblins. The audit is adjourned until tomorrow. Guard the evidence. Seal the chamber. No one enters or leaves without my personal authorization. The goblins filed out, their crystal balls dimming one by one until the chamber was plunged into near darkness. Only the central platform remained lit, a single crystal glowing gold at Harry's feet. Ragnarok approached him. You should rest, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow will be. I'm not tired. No. But you are in shock. Ragnarok's voice was gentler than Harry had ever heard it. You have learned that your inheritance was stolen, your properties were sold, and the man you trusted most in the world may have been the thief. That is, a great deal to process in a single day. Harry looked down at the glowing crystal. 4.1 million galleons. 23 properties. 11 proxies. 1 headmaster. They took everything, Harry whispered. Everything my parents left me. Everything my grandparents left them. Everything my family built over 7 centuries. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. No, he said finally. They took your gold. Your properties. Your assets. But they did not take your legacy, Mr. Potter. They did not take your name. They did not take your parents' love, the love that made them die for you. He placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, a surprisingly warm gesture from a creature whose skin felt like leather armor. The Potter family has faced thieves before. And the Potter family has always rebuilt. Always endured. Always risen from the ashes stronger than before. Harry raised his head. My parents trusted Dumbledore, he said. They named him in their will. They made him part of their plan for my future. And he betrayed that trust. Ragnarok's golden eyes were hard. The question is not whether Dumbledore is guilty, Mr. Potter. The question is why. Why would the most powerful wizard in the world steal from an orphan child? Why would he risk everything, his reputation, his position, his legacy, for gold he could have obtained legitimately? Harry frowned. What are you saying? Ragnock stepped back, his hand dropping from Harry's shoulder. I am saying, he said slowly, that we are missing something. Something important. Something that connects all of this, the thefts, the proxies, the altered documents, to a larger plan. He turned toward the door. I am saying that Albus Dumbledore is not a fool. He knew we would eventually audit the Potter accounts. He knew the truth would come out. And yet he stole anyway. Harry's blood ran cold. Unless, Ragnock said, pausing at the threshold, he wanted us to find it. The door closed behind him. Harry stood alone in the dark chamber, the golden crystal glowing at his feet, and wondered what kind of man would steal 4 million galleons, and want to get caught. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Forgotten Properties. Harry dreamt of hallways. Long, dark hallways lined with portraits of people he didn't recognize, Potters, all of them, with wild black hair and eyes that shifted between blue, brown, and green depending on the light. They watched him as he walked, their painted mouths moving in silent conversation, their fingers pointing toward doors that opened onto rooms he had never seen. A library with books that flew off the shelves and circled his head like birds. A ballroom with chandeliers made of frozen starlight. A nursery with a crib shaped like a dragon, its wooden scales painted gold and green. Your room, whispered a voice that sounded like his mother's. Your room, waiting. For you, Harry reached for the crib. And woke up. The ceiling of the Potter suite stared back at him, dark wood carved with the family crest, griffins and chevrons and that strange, looping script that he now knew was Old English. Morning light filtered through the enchanted windows, casting the room in shades of amber and gold. He had slept for 7 hours. It wasn't enough. Ragnock was waiting for him in the sitting room, surrounded by stacks of parchment that seemed to have multiplied overnight. The goblin looked even worse than he had the day before, his white hair standing in tufts, his golden eyes bloodshot, his hands stained with ink. You dreamed of Potter Manor, Ragnock said without looking up. Harry stopped in the doorway. How did you? The rooms in the diplomatic wing are attuned to their occupants. They amplify memories, hopes, fears. Ragnock finally raised his eyes. What you saw was not a dream, Mr. Potter. It was a summons. A summons? Potter Manor is one of the properties we believed was sold in 1986. According to our records, it was purchased by a holding company controlled by Theodore Knott Sr., then resold 3 times before disappearing from the official registry. Ragnock gestured to a document on top of the nearest stack. But the manor still exists. And it is trying to contact you. Harry crossed the room and picked up the document. Property record, Potter Manor. Location, Godric's Hollow, Cornwall. Original construction, 1472. Last known owner, James Fleamont Potter, deceased. Current status, unregistered. Magical signature, active. Asterisk note, the property's wards have detected the presence of a Potter heir in London. Initial attempts at contact have been registered, asterisk. Harry read the last line 3 times. Initial attempts at contact have been registered. You mean the manor knows I'm here? Ancient magical estates are not mere buildings, Mr. Potter. They are living entities, bound to their family's bloodline, attuned to their family's magic. When a Potter heir comes within range of Potter Manor's wards, the manor responds. Ragnock stood and walked to the window, looking out at the underground city of Gringotts. The dream was the manor's way of reaching out to you. Showing you what you have lost. What you have lost. Harry's chest ached. How do I get it back? Ragnock turned. That is the question, isn't it? He returned to the table and began sorting through the stacks of parchment, pulling documents at random and laying them side by side. Potter Manor is not the only property that may still be recoverable. Over the past 2 days, my auditors have identified 23 properties that were sold from the Potter estate between 1982 and 1990. But the sales were irregular. Irregular how? Incomplete documentation. Missing signatures. Magical seals that show signs of tampering. Ragnarok spread his hands over the documents. In Goblin law, a property sale can be voided if the original owner's signature was obtained through fraud, coercion, or magical manipulation. And the Potter properties, every single one, shows evidence of at least one of those three. Harry's heart began to race. So we can get them back. All of them? Ragnarok hesitated. Not all. Some have been resold multiple times to innocent buyers, wizards who had no idea the properties were stolen. Goblin law protects bona fide purchasers. We cannot simply take the properties back from people who bought them in good faith. But the ones that were sold to the proxies, the people on the list. Those, we can reclaim. Ragnarok's golden eyes gleamed. And Potter Manor is at the top of that list. The journey to Potter Manor took 3 hours by goblin carriage, a black iron vehicle pulled by a team of winged horses that smelled of lightning and old thunder. Harry sat in the carriage's cabin, watching the English countryside scroll past through enchanted windows that showed the outside world in perfect clarity. Ragnarok sat across from him, reading through a sheaf of documents labeled Potter Manor, Historical Overview. The manor was built in 1472 by Henry Potter, Ragnarok read aloud. He was the first Potter to use the name. Before that, the family was known as Linfred's line, after the patriarch Linfred of Stinchcombe. Henry changed the name to Potter after his marriage to a Muggle woman named Ethelreda Potter, whose family had no male heirs. Harry tried to imagine his ancestors, generations of Potters, stretching back 6 centuries. What had they been like? Had they been brave? Stubborn? Kind? Henry's son, Hardwin, expanded the manor significantly, Ragnarok continued. He added the west wing, the ballroom, and the library, which, at its peak, contained over 50,000 volumes on magical theory, potion-making, and defensive magic. A library, Harry murmured. I saw it in my dream. Then the manor is already preparing for your arrival. Ragnarok set down the documents. There is something else you should know, Mr. Potter. Potter Manor is not just a home. It is a sanctuary. Harry frowned. A sanctuary? The manor's wards are among the strongest in Britain. They were designed to repel dark magic, hostile intruders, and even ministry officials attempting to enter without permission. Ragnarok paused. Your parents died outside the manor's grounds. They were visiting Bathilda Bagshot in the village when Voldemort found them. If they had been inside the manor when he attacked, the wards might have held him long enough for help to arrive. Harry's throat tightened. If they had been inside. If they had been safe. If. Who owns the manor now? He asked, his voice rough. Ragnarok's expression darkened. Theodore Knott Sr. purchased it in 1986 for 300,000 galleons, a fraction of its true value. He held it for 2 years, then transferred ownership to a shell company in Monaco. That shell company was dissolved in 1995, and the manor's legal status has been ambiguous. Ever since. Ambiguous how? No one has paid property taxes on it since 1996. No one has filed a claim of ownership since 1998. And the manor's wards have rejected every attempt by ministry officials to enter the property. Ragnarok smiled thinly. In the eyes of Goblin law, an unclaimed property reverts to its original owner after 7 years of neglect. Potter Manor is yours, Mr. Potter. You simply haven't claimed it yet. The carriage began to descend. Harry looked out the window and saw it. Potter Manor rose from the Cornish coast like a mountain carved from moonlight. It was enormous, larger than Hogwarts, larger than anything Harry had ever seen outside of a fairy tale. Towers spiraled toward the clouds, their windows glowing with a soft blue light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Walls of pale gray stone stretched for what seemed like miles, dotted with balconies, turrets, and gargoyles that turned their heads to watch the approaching carriage. And everywhere, everywhere, there were griffins. They stood guard at the gates, their golden feathers ruffling in the sea breeze. They perched on the rooftops, their eagle heads swiveling to track the carriage's descent. They were carved into the doors, woven into the tapestries visible through the windows, etched into the very stones of the walls. The Potter crest. The family emblem. His family. The carriage landed in a courtyard paved with white marble, and the winged horses stamped their feet impatiently, eager to be free of their harnesses. Ragnarok opened the door and stepped out, his boots clicking on the stone. Harry followed. The air tasted different here, salt and magic and something else, something that felt like home. He turned in a slow circle, taking in the courtyard, the towers, the massive oak doors that dominated the manor's entrance. The doors swung open before he could knock. Standing in the doorway was a house elf. But not like any house elf Harry had ever seen. This one was old, ancient. Really, with skin the color of parchment and eyes that had faded from their original brown to a pale, milky gold. He wore formal livery, a green jacket with gold buttons, black trousers, and polished shoes that gleamed in the morning light. "Master Harry," the elf said. His voice was soft, trembling, barely audible over the wind. "We have been waiting for you." Harry stared at him. "Who are you?" The elf bowed, a deep, formal bow that brought his forehead within inches of the ground. "I am Tilly, Master Harry. Head of the Potter Manor house elf staff. I served your father. I served your grandfather. I served your great-grandfather, and his father before him." He straightened, and tears glistened in his milky eyes. "I have served House Potter for 311 years. 311 years. Harry's mind reeled. "How many of you are there?" he asked. Tilly's lower lip trembled. "There were 47, before. Now there are 12. The others, they were sold when the manor was taken. Scattered across Britain. Some to good families. Some to less good families. Sold." Harry thought of Dobby, how happy Dobby had been when Harry freed him. How grateful. How desperate for freedom. And these elves had been sold. Like furniture. Like livestock. "Can we get them back?" Harry asked, turning to Ragnarok. The goblin nodded slowly. "If the sales were part of the fraudulent transfers, then yes. The elves are property of the Potter estate. They were never legally owned by anyone else." Harry turned back to Tilly. "I'll bring them home. All of them. I swear it." Tilly's face crumpled. Tears spilled down his wrinkled cheeks, and he sank to his knees in the doorway. "Thank you, Master Harry," he whispered. "Thank you." The interior of Potter Manor was even more overwhelming than the exterior. Tilly led Harry and Ragnarok through a grand entrance hall with a ceiling that seemed to disappear into the clouds. Chandeliers made of crystallized moonlight hung from invisible threads, casting the room in a soft, silver glow. Portraits lined the walls, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, and every single one depicted a Potter. "There's my grandfather," Harry thought, spotting a young man with his father's eyes. And there's my great-grandmother. And there, asterisk. He stopped. A portrait near the bottom of the stairs showed a couple he had never seen in person but would recognize anywhere. James and Lily Potter. They were young, younger than Harry would ever be, and they were laughing. James had his arm around Lily's waist, and Lily was holding something in her hands, a baby, wrapped in a blue blanket, with a tuft of black hair sticking up from its head. "Me. That's me." Harry walked toward the portrait, his feet moving without his permission. The painted James turned to look at him, really looked at him, and his smile faded into something softer, sadder. "Hello, son," James said. Harry's breath caught. "We've been watching you," Lily added. Her painted eyes were bright with tears. "All these years. We've watched you grow. We've watched you fight. We've watched you become someone we're so proud of. You can see me?" Harry's voice cracked. "You can actually see me?" "The portraits are enchanted to recognize Potter blood," Ragnar said quietly from behind him. "They have been waiting for you, Mr. Potter. Watching. Waiting. Hoping." Harry reached out and touched the frame. The wood was warm beneath his fingers. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry it took me so long to come home." Lily shook her head. "You're here now. That's all that matters." James nodded. "And we have much to discuss." His painted eyes flicked toward Ragnarok. "The audit. The thefts. Dumbledore." Harry's hand dropped from the frame. "You know about Dumbledore?" "We know everything that happens in this house," Lily said. "And we have seen the documents. The ones Dumbledore tried to hide." She gestured toward a door at the end of the hall, a door made of black iron, like the door to Harry's suite at Gringotts. "Go through there. Down the stairs. To the lowest level." "The lowest level?" Ragnarok asked sharply. "The family archives," James said. "The records that Dumbledore couldn't access because he was never a Potter. The records that prove everything." Harry turned to look at the black iron door. It was waiting for him. Just like the manor had been waiting. Just like the truth had been waiting. "Show me," he said. The family archives were located 4 floors beneath the manor, a level that didn't appear on any of the blueprints Tilly provided. The stairs were narrow and steep, lit by torches that burned with a blue flame that gave off no heat. Harry descended first, followed by Ragnarok, his footsteps echoing on the stone. The door at the bottom was smaller than the one upstairs, human-sized, goblin-sized, sized for anyone who had business in the archives. It was made of the same black iron, but there were no handles, no locks, no obvious way to open it. "Blood," Tilly said from behind them. Harry hadn't heard the old elf follow. "The archives require Potter blood to open. A drop will suffice." Harry drew his wand, the wand the goblins had returned to him, the wand that felt like an extension of his arm, and pricked his finger. A single drop of blood welled up, red and bright, and he pressed it against the iron door. The metal drank the blood. And then the door swung open. The room beyond was vast, larger than the entrance hall above, larger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, each one packed with documents, scrolls, ledgers, books, folders, boxes. Thousands of records. Millions of words. The history of the Potter family. "Where do we start?" Harry asked. Ragnarok was already moving toward a shelf labeled Legal Documents, 1970-1981. "We start with the wills," the goblin said. "The original wills. The ones Dumbledore tried to destroy. It took them 2 hours to find them. The documents were hidden at the back of the lowest shelf, tucked inside a box labeled Personal Correspondence, James and Lily. But the box didn't contain letters. It contained parchment. Old parchment, yellowed with age, covered in handwriting that Harry recognized from his parents' old school photos, James's messy scrawl, Lily's neat loops. Last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter. Harry read it with shaking hands. "I appoint as the executor of my estate, Sirius Orion Black. I bequeath to my son, Harry James Potter, all properties, assets, investments, and liquid gold belonging to the Potter estate. During the period of minority, I appoint the following individuals as trustees. Asterisk 1. Sirius Orion Black, as primary trustee, asterisk. Asterisk 2. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, as secondary trustee, with authority to act only in the event that Sirius Black is unable or unwilling to fulfill his duties, ***. Asterisk 3. The Goblin Nation, ***. That's it, Harry breathed. That's the real will. The one Dumbledore replaced. Ragnarok read over his shoulder, his golden eyes narrowing. There's more, the goblin said. Keep reading. Harry turned to the second page. Asterisk additional provisions asterisk. Asterisk in the event that both James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter predecease their son, Harry James Potter, the following conditions shall apply to his upbringing and education asterisk. Asterisk 1. Harry shall not be placed in the care of Lily's sister, Petunia Dursley, or her husband, Vernon Dursley, unless all other options have been exhausted and the Ministry of Magic has conducted a full welfare assessment of the Dursley household asterisk. Asterisk 2. Harry shall be raised in the magical world, preferably by Sirius Black or another trusted member of the Order of the Phoenix asterisk. Asterisk 3. Harry shall be informed of his heritage, his parents' deaths, and the threat posed by Lord Voldemort no later than his 11th birthday asterisk. Asterisk 4. Harry's inheritance shall not be restricted or withheld for any reason other than his own safety, and any such restriction shall be reviewed annually by an independent panel of 3 goblin auditors asterisk. Harry lowered the parchment. His hands were shaking. Dumbledore violated every single one of these provisions, he said. His voice was calm, too calm. The calm of a lake frozen solid. He placed me with the Dursleys without a welfare assessment. He raised me in the Muggle world. He waited until Hagrid showed up to tell me anything. And he restricted my inheritance for 13 years. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Mr. Potter, he said finally, the will also names witnesses. 2 witnesses, as required by law. Harry looked at the bottom of the page. Asterisk witnessed by asterisk. Peter Pettigrew. Gornick, Goblin Auditor, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Peter Pettigrew, the traitor. The man who had betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort. The man who had framed Sirius and faked his own death. And Gornick, the goblin who had been found dead in the lake beneath Gringotts. The goblin who had died before he could testify about what he had witnessed. They were both murdered, Harry thought. Asterisk Pettigrew faked his, but Gornick was killed. To keep him quiet, asterisk. He looked up at Ragnarok. Your nephew, Harry said quietly. He witnessed my parents' will. And then he died. Ragnarok's face was stone. Yes. And Dumbledore was there. Dumbledore was the one who filed the altered will. Dumbledore was the one who accessed the accounts. Dumbledore was the one who sold the properties. Yes. So Dumbledore killed him. Ragnarok didn't answer. But he didn't have to. The truth was written in every document in the archives, in every altered signature, in every stolen galleon. The truth was carved into the walls of Potter Manor, into the portraits of Harry's parents, into the very stones of the house that had been waiting for him to come home. Albus Dumbledore had stolen from the Potter estate. Albus Dumbledore had covered up his crimes. And Albus Dumbledore had murdered a goblin to keep the secret safe. Harry folded the will carefully and tucked it inside his shirt, against his chest, where the Gringotts letter had rested just days ago. We're going to destroy him, Harry said. Ragnarok raised an eyebrow. We? You said the Goblin Nation stands with House Potter. That's still true. The goblin's golden eyes gleamed. More true than ever. Harry turned toward the door. Then let's go to war. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Ancient Family Trusts. The archives of Potter Manor held more than wills. They held secrets, centuries of them, buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten magic. Harry spent the next 3 days in the underground chamber, sleeping only when his body gave out, eating only when Tilly appeared with trays of food that went cold before Harry remembered to touch them. Ragnarok worked beside him, the goblin's endurance seemingly limitless. Together, they sorted through documents that spanned generations, deeds to properties that no longer existed, investment records from companies that had dissolved before Harry's grandparents were born, letters between Potters and goblins dating back to the 15th century. But the most important documents, the ones that would change everything, were hidden in a locked chest at the very back of the archives. The chest was made of dragon hide, black, scaled, warm to the touch. It was bound with 3 iron bands, each one engraved with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. And it was marked with a single word, carved into the lid in letters of gold. Trusts. Ancient family trusts, Ragnarok said, running his fingers over the runes. I've heard of these, but I've never seen one in person. They were common among old wizarding families before the Statute of Secrecy, a way to protect wealth across generations, bypassing ministry oversight and goblin auditing both. Harry knelt in front of the chest. How do we open it? Potter. Blood. Same as the door. Ragnarok stepped back. But be careful, Mr. Potter. The magic in these trusts is old, older than Gringotts, older than the ministry, older than almost anything in the modern magical world. If the chest rejects you. He didn't finish the sentence. Harry didn't need him to. He drew his wand, pricked his finger, the same finger as before, the wound still tender, and pressed the blood against the chest's lock. The runes blazed white. The iron bands snapped open. And the lid rose of its own accord, revealing the documents within. There were 7 trusts. Harry learned this as he and Ragnarok spread the documents across the floor of the archives, arranging them in chronological order by their creation dates. The oldest trust dated back to 1489, established by Hardwin Potter, the same wizard who had expanded the manor. The newest trust was dated August 1981, created by James Potter, 2 months before he died. 2 months. Harry held the document in trembling hands. His father had written it less than 60 days before Voldemort murdered him. Had he known, somehow? Had he suspected that the end was coming? Read it aloud, Ragnarok said. Harry cleared his throat. Trust Agreement Number 7. Created, August 15, 1981. Grantor, James Fremont Potter. Beneficiary, Harry James Potter, unborn at time of drafting. This trust is established for the sole purpose of ensuring that my son, Harry James Potter, has access to the resources he needs to fulfill his destiny, whatever that destiny may be. The principle of this trust is to be held in a vault accessible only to Harry himself, using a key that will be delivered to him on his 11th birthday by a representative of the Potter family's choosing. No guardian, trustee, or legal representative, whether appointed by will, by the Ministry of Magic, or by any other authority, shall have the power to access, withdraw, or restrict the funds in this trust. If anyone attempts to do so, the trust shall automatically trigger its secondary provision, the release of the Potter Family Emergency Fund, currently valued at approximately 2.5 million galleons, to Harry James Potter, regardless of his age or legal status. Harry lowered the parchment. 2.5 million galleons, he said slowly. In a vault that only I can access. Ragnarok's golden eyes were wide, the first time Harry had seen the goblin truly surprised. Your father anticipated this. He knew someone might try to steal from you. So he created a trust that bypasses everyone, including himself. But I never got the key. Harry's brow furrowed. No one ever gave me a key on my 11th birthday. Ragnarok nodded grimly. Because the person your father entrusted to deliver the key, the representative of the Potter family, must have been prevented from doing so. Or worse. Harry thought back to his 11th birthday. He had been in the shack on the rock with Hagrid, terrified and exhilarated, learning for the first time that he was a wizard. No one had mentioned a key. No one had mentioned a trust. Someone had intercepted it. Someone had made sure Harry never knew the emergency fund existed. The other trusts, Harry said, turning to the remaining documents. What do they say? The first 6 trusts were even more staggering. Trust number 1, established 1489 by Hardwin Potter, contained a portfolio of investments that had grown over 5 centuries into a fortune worth approximately 8 million galleons. The trust was designed to pay out dividends to every Potter heir upon reaching the age of 17, dividends that Harry had never received. The money is still there, Ragnarok said, examining the documents. The trust's magic prevented anyone from withdrawing the principal. But the dividends, the annual payments, should have been deposited into your primary vault every year since your 17th birthday. I'm not 17 yet, Harry pointed out. I'm only 14. Exactly. The dividends don't begin until you come of age. But the trust also has a provision for early distribution in the event of the heir's parents' deaths. Ragnarok pointed to a paragraph near the bottom of the document. Your father could have triggered this provision when you were a baby, accessing the dividends early to fund your upbringing. But he chose not to. He wanted you to have the full amount when you turned 17. He wanted me to have everything. And Dumbledore made sure I got nothing. Trust number 2, established 1567 by Marius Potter, was even more extraordinary, a collection of magical artifacts, books, and grimoires that had been gathered over 2 centuries. The trust document listed items by name, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, including several objects that Harry recognized from Hogwarts, a history. The original Potter library, Ragnarok murmured. Many of these books are considered lost. The Ministry has been searching for copies of some of these texts for decades. They were never lost, Harry said. They were stolen. Just like everything else. Trust number 3, established 1682 by Helena Potter, was a property trust, a collection of homes, lands, and businesses that had been intended to provide a steady income for future generations of Potters. Most of these properties, Harry already knew, had been sold in the 1980s by Dumbledore and his proxies. But the trust itself still exists, Harry realized. Asterisk, the legal framework is still there. If I can prove the sales were fraudulent, asterisk. The properties can be returned to the trust, Ragnarok finished. Yes. Trust number 4, established 1723 by Abraham Potter, was an education trust, funds set aside specifically for the magical schooling of Potter heirs, including tuition, supplies, and living expenses. Harry had paid for his own Hogwarts education using gold from the primary vault. Gold that should never have been touched, because the education trust should have covered everything. Asterisk, I spent money that was supposed to stay in the vault, asterisk. Money my ancestors saved for generations. Money Dumbledore should have protected. Trust number 5, established 1859 by Isolde Potter, was a charitable trust, money designated for donations to magical orphanages, hospitals, and schools. According to the documents, the trust had made regular donations between 1859 and 1981, then stopped completely after James and Lily died. Dumbledore took charity money too. Asterisk, money meant for orphans. For sick children. For students who couldn't afford an education, asterisk. And he kept it. Trust number 6, established 1945 by Fleamont Potter, Harry's grandfather, was the most personal. It contained letters, journals, and personal effects from every Potter who had lived since the 17th century, a family history preserved in words and objects. But it also contained something else. A key. Small, silver, unadorned, tucked into an envelope at the bottom of the trust chest. The envelope was addressed to Harry James Potter, in the event of his parents' deaths, and sealed with green wax. Harry broke the seal with shaking fingers. Inside, there was no letter. Just the key. Ragnarok leaned closer. That's the key to trust number 7, he said quietly. The vault only you can access. Your father must have hidden it inside trust number 6, trusting that no one would think to look there. Harry held the key up to the light. It was warm. Alive. Waiting. Where's the vault? Harry asked. Ragnar consulted the trust documents. The location isn't specified. That's part of the security. Only the key knows where the vault is, and only the key's owner can use it. Harry closed his fingers around the silver key. Then I'll find it myself. He found it that night. The key led him through the manor, down corridors he hadn't explored, through doors he hadn't opened, past portraits that watched him with knowing eyes. It pulsed in his hand like a heartbeat, growing warmer with each step, until finally it pulled him toward a wall in the manor's oldest section, a section that predated even the archives. The wall was plain stone, unremarkable, indistinguishable from the walls around it. But when Harry pressed the key against it, the stone melted. A doorway appeared, narrow, low, barely tall enough for Harry to pass through. Beyond it, darkness. Silence. The smell of old magic, like lightning strikes and rain. Harry stepped through. The vault was smaller than he expected, no bigger than the cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive. But it was filled with gold. Mounds of it. Mountains of it. Galleons piled so high they brushed the ceiling, spilling across the floor in golden waves. 2.5 million galleons. Harry stood in the doorway, frozen. This was his father's gift, hidden from Dumbledore, hidden from the Ministry, hidden from everyone who had tried to steal from Harry's family. James Potter had known, somehow, that someone would try to take everything. And he had made sure that no one could take this. "This is for me," Harry whispered. "All of it." The gold seemed to glow in response, a soft, golden light that filled the vault and warmed Harry's face. He reached out and touched a galleon. It was real. It was his. And no one, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not Voldemort himself, could take it away. Harry spent the night in the vault. He didn't sleep. He just sat among the gold, surrounded by his father's last gift, and thought about everything he had learned over the past week. Asterisk the wills. The trusts. The properties, asterisk. Asterisk the thefts. The lies. The murder, asterisk. Dumbledore. The name no longer felt like a betrayal. It felt like a target. At dawn, Ragnar found him. "You've been down here for 7 hours, the goblin said, stepping through the melted doorway. Tilly was concerned. "I needed to think." Ragnar nodded, lowering himself onto a pile of galleons with surprising grace. "And what have you concluded?" Harry looked at the key in his hand, the key to the vault, the key to his future. "I've concluded that my father was smarter than anyone gave him credit for." He turned to face Ragnar. He knew something was coming. He knew someone would try to take everything. So he hid enough gold to rebuild the Potter estate from scratch, and he made sure that only I could access it. Ragnar's golden eyes gleamed. "He also left you something else. Something more valuable than gold." "What?" "The truth." Ragnar gestured to the vault around them. "This vault proves that your father anticipated the theft. It proves that he took steps to protect you, steps that someone else tried to circumvent. When we present this evidence to the Wisengamot, no one will be able to claim that the audit is a mistake. No one will be able to claim that Dumbledore acted in good faith." Harry nodded slowly. "But we can't present it yet," he said. "Not until we have everything. Not until the case is ironclad." Ragnar smiled, a rare, genuine smile that softened his harsh features. "You are learning, Mr. Potter. Patience. Strategy. The long game." He stood and brushed gold dust from his robes. "Your father would be proud." Harry looked around the vault one last time, at the gold, at the walls, at the evidence of his father's love. "I'm going to make him proud," Harry said. "I'm going to restore the Potter name. I'm going to rebuild the Potter estate. And I'm going to make sure that no one, asterisk, ever steals from my family again. He stepped through the melted doorway and back into the manor. The key pulsed warmly in his pocket. And somewhere, in the portrait upstairs, or in the golden light of the vault, or in the ancient stones of the house itself, Harry could have sworn he heard his father's voice. "That's my boy." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Following the Paper Trail. The paper trail began with a single invoice. Harry found it at the bottom of a box marked Miscellaneous Correspondence, 1982, A. Box that had been shoved beneath one of the archive's lowest shelves, hidden behind a crumbling wooden support beam. The invoice was yellowed, creased, spotted with something that looked like old tea. But the words were still legible, written in a cramped hand that Harry didn't recognize. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Internal Transaction Record #4472-B. Date, November 15, 1982. Amount, 50,000 galleons. From, Potter Estate Trust Vault 912. To, Account #4417-B, Liechtenstein. Authorized by, Albus Dumbledore, signature on file. Processed by, Gornick, Auditor, Gringotts Goblin Nation. Harry stared at the name at the bottom. Processed by, Gornick. The goblin who had witnessed his parents' will. The goblin who had died in the lake beneath Gringotts, 6 years after processing this transaction. The goblin who had been murdered to keep him quiet. "Ragnarok," Harry called. "Come look at this." The goblin appeared at his side within seconds, his golden eyes scanning the invoice. His face went pale as goblin skin could get, and his hand moved automatically to the dagger at his belt. "This is the first link," Ragnarok said quietly. "The first direct connection between the stolen funds and Gornick's involvement." He traced the invoice with one long finger. 50,000 galleons. Moved from your trust vault to a shell account in Liechtenstein. Authorized by Dumbledore. Processed by my nephew. Harry looked at the date again. November 15, 1982. Nearly a year after his parents died. Nearly a year after Dumbledore had filed the altered will and taken control of the Potter estate. Where did the money go after Liechtenstein? Harry asked. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. That's what we need to find out. The search for answers took them out of the archives and back to Gringotts. The goblins had set up a dedicated investigation center in the deepest level of the bank, a warren of rooms filled with crystal balls, document scanners, and goblin scribes who worked in shifts around the clock. Harry and Ragnarok arrived at noon, carrying copies of the invoice and dozens of other documents they had found in the Potter Manor archives. Sharptooth met them at the entrance. Her filed teeth gleamed under the green torchlight, and her expression was grim. "We found something," she said. "Something big." She led them through a maze of corridors to a room at the very end, a room with a single desk, a single crystal ball, and a single document lying in the center of the desk like a bomb waiting to explode. The document was a ledger. Not a goblin ledger, Harry could tell that immediately. The paper was wrong, too flimsy, too pale. The handwriting was human, looping, elegant, feminine. And the ink was ordinary black, not the shimmering silver of goblin documentation. "What is this?" Harry asked. Sharptooth picked up the ledger and held it so Harry could see the first page. Private Ledger, Potter Estate Distributions. Maintained by, Albus Dumbledore. Dates covered, November 1981, December 1990. Harry's heart stopped. Dumbledore kept a ledger. Dumbledore wrote down every single transaction. Dumbledore documented his own crimes. "Where did you find this?" Ragnarok demanded. Sharptooth's eyes gleamed. "In a vault we froze yesterday." Account #1123M, the Monaco account linked to Barty Crouch Sr. The ledger was hidden inside a magically sealed compartment at the back of the vault. If we hadn't been conducting a full forensic search, we never would have found it. Harry took the ledger from her hands. The pages were thin, almost translucent, and they crackled as he turned them. The first entry was dated November 2, 1981, the day after his parents died. Asterisk November 2, 1981, transferred 100,000 galleons from Potter Trust Vault 912 to account #4417B, Liechtenstein. Purpose, legal fees for estate administration. Actual purpose, payment to Theodore Knott Sr. for political support, asterisk. Harry's hands shook. Asterisk payment to Theodore Knott Sr. for political support, asterisk. Dumbledore hadn't just stolen from Harry, he had used the stolen money to buy allies. To build a network of powerful wizards who owed him favors. To consolidate his own power while Harry grew up in a cupboard under the stairs. Asterisk November 15, 1981, transferred 75,000 galleons from Potter Primary Vault 687 to account #8912G, Switzerland. Purpose, charitable donation. Actual purpose, payment to Augusta Longbottom for Wisengamot votes, asterisk. Asterisk December 3, 1981, transferred 50,000 galleons from Potter Trust Vault 912 to account #5589K, Liechtenstein. Purpose, educational expenses. Actual purpose, payment to Cornelius Fudge for ministry connections, asterisk. Asterisk December 22, 1981, transferred 125,000 galleons from Potter Primary Vault 687 to account #4417B, Liechtenstein. Purpose, investment. Actual purpose, payment to Barty Crouch Sr. for International Confederation support, asterisk. On and on it went. Page after page. Year after year. Dumbledore had recorded everything, every transaction, every bribe, every stolen galleon. He had written it all down in his own hand, as if he were keeping a diary of his crimes. Why? Harry turned to Ragnarok, his face pale. Why would he write this down? Why would he create evidence against himself? Ragnarok took the ledger and flipped through the pages, his golden eyes moving rapidly across the text. Because he's arrogant, the goblin said finally. Because he never believed anyone would find it. Because the vault was protected by goblin encryption and magical seals and the reputation of one of the most powerful wizards alive. He closed the ledger with a snap. Dumbledore thought he was untouchable. He thought his crimes would never see the light of day. Harry looked at the ledger in Ragnarok's hands. Evidence. Solid, undeniable, written in his own hand evidence. This destroys him, Harry said. This proves everything, the thefts, the bribes, the conspiracy. We don't need anything else. Ragnarok shook his head slowly. The ledger is powerful evidence, Mr. Potter. But it is not enough. He held up the book. Dumbledore will claim it's a forgery. He will claim someone else wrote it to frame him. He will claim the vault was tampered with. And because he is Albus Dumbledore, the most trusted wizard in Britain, many people will believe him. Harry's stomach dropped. Then what do we do? Ragnarok's eyes hardened. We follow the paper trail. Every transaction in this ledger, we trace it to its source. We find the original documents, the original signatures, the original magical seals. We build a case so solid that even Dumbledore's allies cannot deny the truth. He turned to Sharptooth. Start with the Liechtenstein accounts. I want to know exactly where every galleon went, and who received it. The paper trail led them across Europe. Over the next 5 days, Harry and Ragnarok traveled, by goblin carriage, by flow powder, by port key, to bank branches in Switzerland, France, Germany, and Italy. Each branch held records of transactions linked to the Potter estate, and each record added another layer to the web of fraud Dumbledore had constructed. In Zurich, they found documents showing that 250,000 galleons had been transferred from a Potter shell account to a private school in Romania, the same school that had closed in 1986, 3 months after receiving the money. The school's headmaster had been a Death Eater sympathizer named Igor Karkaroff, who had died under mysterious circumstances in 1996. Karkaroff was paid with stolen Potter gold. Karkaroff died before he could testify. In Paris, they found evidence that 400,000 galleons had been used to purchase a chateau in the French countryside, a chateau that was now owned by a holding company registered to Albus Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth. Dumbledore gave stolen money to his own brother. Aberforth Dumbledore lived in a chateau while Harry slept in a cupboard. In Berlin, they found records of a private vault, opened in 1985. Closed in 1995, that had contained over 600,000 galleons in cash. The vault had been accessed 47 times over 10 years, each time by a wizard matching Dumbledore's description. The cash had been withdrawn in small amounts, 5,000 galleons here, 10,000 there, and never deposited anywhere else. Dumbledore kept stolen gold in a private vault. Dumbledore spent it slowly, carefully, over a decade. Dumbledore thought no one would notice. But Harry noticed. He noticed everything. The break in the case came on the 6th day. They were back in London, in the Gringotts Investigation Centre, sorting through documents from the Berlin branch, when Sharptooth burst into the room with a crystal ball glowing red in her hands. "We found Gornick's personal records," she said breathlessly. "The ones he kept hidden from the bank. The ones that prove everything." Harry was on his feet instantly. "Show me." Sharptooth set the crystal ball on the table and tapped it with her claw. Images flickered to life in the air above it, documents, hundreds of them, each one marked with Gornick's personal seal. "Gornick was not a willing participant in the fraud," Sharptooth said. "He was blackmailed." "Blackmailed how?" Ragnarok demanded. Sharptooth tapped the crystal ball again, and a new document appeared, a letter, handwritten, addressed to Gornick and signed with a seal that Harry recognized immediately. The Hogwarts crest. Albus Dumbledore's seal. The letter read. "Dear Gornick. I trust this letter finds you well. As we discussed during our last meeting, I require your assistance with certain administrative matters related to the Potter estate. Your cooperation will be generously compensated, and your continued employment at Gringotts will depend upon your discretion, **. I have attached a list of the transactions I need you to process. Please complete them by the end of the month, **. Yours sincerely. Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, Wisengamot. ** Supreme. Mugwump, International Confederation of Wizards **. Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter 3 times. He threatened Gornick's job, he said slowly. He said Gornick's continued employment depended on his discretion. That's blackmail. Ragnarok's face was stone. There's more. Keep reading. Sharptooth tapped the crystal ball again, and more documents appeared, each one a letter from Dumbledore to Gornick, each one demanding more transactions, larger sums, deeper secrecy. November 1982, I need you to transfer 75,000 galleons to the Liechtenstein account. No questions asked. March 1983, the Monaco account requires an additional 100,000 galleons. Process it as an investment. August 1984, I am aware that you have been speaking with other goblins about the Potter transactions. I strongly advise you to stop. For your own safety. Harry's blood ran cold. For your own safety. That wasn't a warning. That was a threat. And Gornick had died 6 years later. Dumbledore killed him, Harry said. His voice was flat, empty, drained of emotion. Gornick tried to stop cooperating, and Dumbledore killed him. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then he drew his dagger and plunged it into the table, where it stood quivering, the blade reflecting the red light of the crystal ball. We will make him pay, the goblin said. For my nephew. For your parents. For every galleon he stole, every life he destroyed, every lie he told. Harry looked at the dagger. Then he looked at the letters, the evidence of Dumbledore's crimes, written in the headmaster's own hand. "He'll say the letters are forgeries," Harry said. "Just like he'll say the ledger is a forgery. He'll say someone else wrote them to frame him." Sharptooth shook her head. "He can't. The letters are sealed with his personal magical seal, the same seal he uses on official Hogwarts documents. The seal's resonance pattern is unique to Dumbledore. No one could forge it." Harry turned to Ragnarok. "That's it, then. That's the proof we need." Ragnarok pulled the dagger from the table and sheathed it at his belt. "Almost," he said. "There's one more piece of the puzzle. One more link in the chain." "What?" Ragnarok's golden eyes met Harry's. "The goblin who helped Dumbledore after Gornik died. The goblin who reactivated Gornik's encryption key. The goblin who is still working at Gringotts right now." Harry's heart pounded. "Who is it?" Ragnarok turned to Sharptooth. "Bring me Griphook." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Shocking Evidence. The interrogation chamber was carved from solid obsidian, black, reflective, cold. It sat on the lowest level of Gringotts, deeper than the vaults, deeper than the dragon reserves, deeper than anything Harry had ever imagined. The walls seemed to absorb sound, swallowing footsteps and whispers alike until the only thing Harry could hear was his own heartbeat. Griphook sat in a chair at the center of the room. The goblin who had escorted Harry to his vault on that first visit 4 years ago, the goblin who had seemed so stern, so professional, so trustworthy, now looked small and frightened. His long fingers drummed on the armrests of his chair. His golden eyes darted around the chamber, never settling, never resting. Ragnarok stood across from him, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. "The encryption key," Ragnarok said. "Gornik's personal key. It was reactivated 6 months after his death. The access logs show that the reactivation was performed using your credentials, Griphook." Griphook's drumming fingers stopped. "I don't know what you're talking about. The logs don't lie." Ragnarok withdrew a parchment from his robes, a printout of the access record, shimmering with silver ink. December 12, 1990. 3:47 a.m. Gornik's encryption key was reactivated from your workstation, using your personal access code, your magical signature, and your voiceprint authentication. Griphook's face went gray. "I was not in the bank that night. I was at home, with my family. Ask my wife. Ask my children. We will." Ragnarok set the parchment on the table between them. "But first, I want you to explain how your credentials were used to commit a crime against the Goblin Nation." Griphook's eyes flicked toward Harry, just for a moment, just a flash of something that might have been guilt or might have been fear. "I was approached," Griphook said finally. His voice was barely a whisper. "In 1989. A wizard came to me. He said he needed access to certain records. Records related to the Potter estate." Harry stepped forward. "What wizard?" Griphook hesitated. "Albus Dumbledore." The name hung in the air like smoke. "Dumbledore came to you," Ragnarok said slowly. "The chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The supreme mugwump. The headmaster of Hogwarts. He came to you, a junior auditor, and asked you to help him steal from an orphan child." Griphook shook his head. "He didn't say he was stealing. He said he was protecting the boy. He said there were people who wanted to harm Harry Potter, Death Eaters, dark wizards, enemies of the Order. He said the Potter estate needed to be shielded. Hidden. Moved to accounts that couldn't be traced. And you believed him." "I wanted to." Griphook's voice cracked. "He was Albus Dumbledore. The greatest wizard alive. The leader of the light. Everyone trusted him. Everyone. Everyone except the boy whose inheritance he was stealing." Harry's voice was cold. Everyone except the goblin who died to keep his secrets. Griphook flinched. I didn't know about Gornik, he said. Not until after. Not until the key was reactivated and I saw the access logs. I confronted Dumbledore. I told him I wanted out. I told him I would go to the High Council and confess everything. And what did Dumbledore say? Griphook's hands were shaking now. He said if I talked, my family would pay the price. He said he had friends in the ministry, friends who could make things happen. He said my wife worked in a Muggle hospital, did I know that? He said it would be such a tragedy if something happened to her. Such a shame. Harry's stomach turned. Dumbledore had threatened Griphook's wife. A Muggle woman, working in a Muggle hospital, completely defenseless against magical attack. The leader of the light. The greatest wizard alive. A monster. You should have come to us, Ragnarok said. His voice was quiet, but there was steel beneath it. You should have trusted the Goblin Nation to protect you and your family. Griphook bowed his head. I was afraid. We are all afraid. Ragnarok stepped closer to the chair. But fear does not excuse betrayal. You helped Dumbledore steal millions of galleons from a child. You helped him cover up his crimes. You helped him. I helped him protect the boy. Griphook looked up, his eyes blazing. That's what he told me. That's what I believed. Dumbledore said the Potter gold would make Harry a target, that Death Eaters would try to take it, to use it, to control him through it. He said the only way to keep Harry safe was to make him poor. To make him ordinary. To make him uninteresting to the dark forces that wanted to destroy him. Harry's blood ran cold. To make him poor. To make him ordinary. To make him uninteresting. Is that true? Harry asked. His voice was barely audible. Did Dumbledore really believe he was protecting me? Griphook's face crumpled. I don't know anymore. I don't know what's true and what's lies. I've been living in a nightmare for 13 years, following orders, keeping secrets, watching the news for reports of my wife's death. Tears streamed down his face. I just wanted to keep her safe. I just wanted to keep my family safe. Harry looked at the weeping goblin and felt something shift inside him. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But understanding. Fear makes people do terrible things. Fear makes people betray their principles. Their families, themselves, Fear makes monsters of ordinary goblins and ordinary wizards and ordinary people who just wanted to survive. Tell us everything, Harry said. Every conversation. Every letter. Every transaction. Tell us everything you know about Dumbledore's crimes, and we'll protect your wife. We'll move her somewhere safe. We'll make sure Dumbledore can never touch her. Griphook looked up, his golden eyes wide. You would do that? After everything I've done? Harry nodded. My parents died protecting me, he said quietly. The least I can do is protect someone else. Griphook talked for 6 hours. He talked about the first meeting with Dumbledore, the way the headmaster had appeared in his office at midnight, unannounced, uninvited, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He talked about the promises Dumbledore had made, promotions, protections, a future free from fear. He talked about the threats that had followed when Griphook tried to back out, veiled references to his wife, his children, his elderly mother who still lived in the goblin caverns beneath the bank. And he talked about the documents. The original wills, Griphook said, his voice hoarse from hours of speaking. Dumbledore had me remove them from the Gringotts filing system and replace them with altered versions. The real wills, the ones naming Sirius Black as Harry's guardian, are still in the bank. Hidden in a vault that only Dumbledore and I could access. Ragnarok leaned forward. Which vault? Vault number 0. The chamber went silent. Vault number 0. Harry had never heard of it. But from the expressions on the faces of the other goblins, Sharptooth's shock, Ragnar's fury, he knew it was something significant. Vault Zero doesn't exist, Ragnar said slowly. It's a myth. A legend. A story we tell young goblins to scare them into following the rules. It exists, Griphook said. It's located beneath the Dragon Reserve, lower than any authorized vault, deeper than any approved excavation. Dumbledore found it in 1981, during his first week as executor of the Potter estate. He used blood magic to open it. The kind of magic that's been outlawed for centuries. Harry's heart pounded. What's in the vault? Griphook met his eyes. Everything. The original wills. The trust documents. The property deeds. The letters your parents wrote to each other, to you, to their friends. The records of every transaction Dumbledore ever processed. Everything. Ragnar stood abruptly. We're going down there. Tonight. You can't, Griphook said. Vault Zero is protected by blood magic, Dumbledore's blood magic. Only someone with Potter blood can open it without triggering the defenses. Harry stood too. Then it's a good thing I'm a Potter. The descent to Vault Zero took 2 hours. Harry rode a mining cart through tunnels that grew progressively darker, hotter, more suffocating as they plunged beneath the bank. The Dragon Reserve was somewhere above them, he could hear the beasts roaring occasionally, their cries muffled by layers of stone and ancient wards. Ragnar rode beside him, his hand on his dagger. Sharptooth and 3 other goblin guards rode in carts behind them, their faces grim, their weapons drawn. Griphook sat in the lead cart, guiding them through the maze of tunnels. There, he said finally, pointing at a wall of black stone that gleamed like oil. Vault Zero. The wall was featureless, no door, no handle, no obvious entrance. But as Harry approached, he felt something pull at his chest. Something warm. Something familiar. The same feeling he'd had at Potter Manor. The same feeling he'd had in the vault with the silver key. Blood calling to blood. He drew his wand, pricked his finger, the same finger, now scarred from a dozen similar pricks, and pressed the blood against the black stone. The stone screamed. It was a high, keening wail, the sound of tortured magic, of wards being broken, of secrets being forced into the light. Harry clapped his hands over his ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside his head, inside his bones, inside his soul. And then the wall cracked. A seam appeared in the center of the stone, a thin, crooked line that spread upward and downward until it reached the ceiling and floor. The two halves of the wall ground apart, scraping against each other like tectonic plates, revealing darkness beyond. Harry stepped through. The vault was enormous, larger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts, larger than the entrance hall at Potter Manor. Its ceiling disappeared into shadow, and its walls were lined with shelves, thousands of them, each one packed with documents. But Harry barely noticed the shelves. Because at the center of the vault, suspended in midair by chains of golden light, hung a crystal casket. It was the size of a coffin, transparent, glowing faintly from within. And inside. Harry's legs gave out. Inside the casket lay a woman. She was young, younger than Harry's mother had been when she died, with red hair that fanned out around her head like flames and a face that Harry knew better than his own. Lily Potter. His mother. But that was impossible. Lily Potter had died in 1981. Her body had been buried in Godric's Hollow, next to James, beneath a headstone that read "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." So why was she here? Why was she in a crystal casket, hanging in a hidden vault beneath Gringotts, preserved as if she were merely sleeping? Ragnar, Harry whispered. Ragnar, what is this? The goblin stepped up beside him, his golden eyes fixed on the casket. I don't know, Ragnar said. His voice was strange, uncertain, almost frightened. I've never seen anything like this. Harry forced himself to stand. His legs trembled beneath him, but he walked toward the casket, 1 step, 2 steps, 3, until he was close enough to see his mother's face in perfect detail. She looked peaceful. She looked alive. She looked like she could open her eyes at any moment and smile and say his name. Harry. My baby. My brave, beautiful boy. He reached out to touch the crystal. Don't, Griphook said sharply. The casket is protected. If you touch it without knowing the countercurse. Harry didn't care. He touched it anyway. The crystal was warm, warmer than it should have been, warmer than glass, warmer than ice. It pulsed beneath his fingers like a heartbeat, and for a moment, just a moment, he thought he saw his mother's eyelids flutter. Mum. Mum, can you hear me? It's Harry. I'm here. I found you. The casket glowed brighter. And then. A voice. Not Lily's voice. Something older. Something colder. Something that echoed from the walls and the ceiling and the very stones beneath Harry's feet. The price of resurrection is death. Harry spun around. A figure stood at the entrance to the vault, tall, thin, dressed in robes of deepest purple. His hair was silver, his beard was silver, and his eyes were the color of the summer sky. Albus Dumbledore. Harry, Dumbledore said. His voice was soft, sad, almost gentle. I was hoping you wouldn't find this place. Harry's hand went to his wand. What did you do to my mother? Dumbledore stepped into the vault, his eyes fixed on the crystal casket. I tried to save her, he said. I tried to save both of them, your mother and your father. But the magic required a sacrifice. A life for a life. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill an innocent person to bring back 2 who were already gone. So you just kept her. Like a trophy. Like a possession. Her body was preserved. Her soul, Dumbledore's voice cracked. Her soul has been waiting. Trapped between life and death. Unable to move on. Unable to return. Harry's blood turned to ice. Trapped. For 13 years. While Dumbledore went about his life, teaching classes, attending Wisengamot meetings, acting like the wise old grandfather of the wizarding world, while Lily Potter's soul waited in limbo. Because Albus Dumbledore couldn't bear to let her go. Let her go, Harry said. His voice was steady, steadier than he felt. Let her go now. End this. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I can't. The magic is bound to her body now, and to yours. If I break the spell, she will die forever. No resurrection. No afterlife. Just, nothing. Harry's hand tightened on his wand. Then I'll break it myself. Harry, please. Defindo, The spell shot from Harry's wand, a blade of pure light that sliced through the chains holding the casket. The crystal box fell to the floor and shattered, sending shards flying in every direction. Lily Potter's body lay among the ruins. And then. She opened her eyes. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Harry takes control. The eyes that looked up at Harry were the exact shade of green as his own. Lily Potter blinked once, twice, 3 times, her pupils adjusting to the dim light of the vault after 13 years of darkness. Her lips parted, and a sound emerged, not a word, not yet, just a breath that carried the weight of decades. Harry fell to his knees beside her. Mum, he whispered. The word felt strange in his mouth, foreign, fragile, like a piece of glass he was afraid to break. Mum, it's me. It's Harry. Her hand moved. Slowly, painfully, her fingers reached up and touched his face. Her skin was cold, colder than the crystal had been, colder than death, but her touch was gentle. Trembling. Harry, she said. Her voice was a rasp, a whisper, barely audible over the sound of Harry's pounding heart. My baby. My beautiful baby. Dumbledore stood frozen at the entrance to the vault, his face pale, his hands clasped behind his back. He looked smaller than Harry remembered, older, frilier, diminished somehow. Lily, Dumbledore said. You shouldn't be awake. The magic wasn't meant to. Silence. The word cracked through the vault like a whip. Not Harry's voice. Not Lily's either. Ragnarok. The goblin stepped forward, his golden eyes blazing, his hand on his dagger. Behind him, Sharptooth and the other guards fanned out, forming a semicircle that blocked Dumbledore's path to the door. You trapped her soul, Ragnarok said. For 13 years. You kept her body preserved in a hidden vault, using blood magic that was outlawed before your grandfather was born. You stole from her son. You murdered my nephew. And now you stand here and pretend to be surprised that the truth has come to light. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Ragnarok's gold ones. I did what I had to do. You did what was easy. Ragnarok drew his dagger. You took the path of least resistance, the path that kept your secrets hidden, your reputation intact, your power unchallenged. You are not a hero, Albus Dumbledore. You are a coward. Lily's hand tightened on Harry's face. Harry, she said, stronger this time. Help me sit up. He slid his arm behind her back and lifted her gently, cradling her against his chest. She was so light, lighter than she should have been, as if the years of imprisonment had eaten away at her body as well as her soul. But her eyes were clear, and her voice was steady. The wills, she said. The trusts. Did he? Everything, Harry said. He took everything. The properties, the gold, the investments. He used it to buy allies, to pay off enemies, to build his own power while I grew up in a cupboard. Lily's face twisted, not with anger, but with grief. James trusted him. We both did. He was our teacher, our mentor, our friend. And she turned to look at Dumbledore. And he did this. Dumbledore's composure cracked. I tried to protect you, he said. Both of you. The prophecy, Voldemort, I knew he would come after Harry. I knew he would stop at nothing to destroy the boy. The only way to keep Harry safe was to make him invisible. To strip away everything that made him a target, his wealth, his status, his family connections. You made him a victim, Lily spat. You made him helpless. You made him dependent on you for everything, money, information, even love. You isolated him from everyone who might have helped him, and you called it protection. I called it survival. No. You called it control. The word hung in the air between them. Control. Harry thought about all the times Dumbledore had kept secrets from him, the prophecy, the Horcruxes, the truth about Sirius's innocence. All the times the headmaster had said I'm protecting you, Harry, when what he really meant was I'm managing you, Harry. Control. Always control. I'm done, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it carried through the vault like a bell. I'm done being controlled. I'm done being managed. I'm done being protected by people who only want to use me. He turned to Ragnarok. Vault 0. The original documents. They're still here. Ragnarok nodded. The wills. The trusts. The property deeds. Everything Dumbledore tried to hide. Then we're going to use them. Harry helped Lily to her feet, keeping his arm around her waist to steady her. We're going to restore the Potter estate. We're going to reclaim every property, every galleon, every artifact that was stolen. And we're going to make sure that no one, ever has the power to do this again. Dumbledore took a step forward. Harry, please. Don't. Harry's green eyes, Lily's eyes, met Dumbledore's blue ones. Don't you dare ask me for understanding. Don't you dare ask me for forgiveness. You stole my childhood. You stole my parents. You stole my life. And I will never, ever forgive you for that. He turned his back on the headmaster and walked out of the vault, his mother's arm around his shoulders, the goblins forming a protective wall behind him. Behind them, Dumbledore stood alone among the shattered crystal, his face unreadable. The Potter suite at Gringotts became a command center. Over the next 48 hours, Harry, with Ragnar's help and Lily's guidance, filed paperwork that reversed 13 years of fraud. The original wills were submitted to the Goblin High Council, along with evidence of Dumbledore's tampering. The trust documents were authenticated and activated, releasing dividends that had been frozen for over a decade. The property deeds were reviewed, and legal claims were filed for every estate, business, and investment that had been sold without Harry's consent. And the money began to flow. Not just the stolen money, though that would take months, perhaps years, to fully recover. But the legitimate money. The money that had always belonged to Harry but had been locked away by Dumbledore's manipulations. By the end of the first day, Harry's primary vault, Vault 687, had been replenished with 1.2 million galleons from the ancient family trusts. By the end of the second day, that number had grown to 3.8 million. Harry sat in the sitting room of the Potter suite, surrounded by stacks of parchment, and tried to comprehend what that meant. He was rich. Asterisk, not just comfortable. Not just well off, asterisk. Rich. Rich enough to buy a dozen Nimbus 2001s. Rich enough to fund the Order of the Phoenix for a century. Rich enough to. I never wanted this, Harry said aloud. Lily sat across from him, wrapped in a blanket, drinking a potion that Ragnar had provided to restore her strength. She looked better than she had 2 days ago, her cheeks less hollow, her eyes less sunken, but there was still something fragile about her, something that made Harry afraid to touch her too hard. Your father wanted it, Lily said. The money, the properties, the legacy. He wanted you to have everything, not because he believed in wealth, but because he believed in choice. He wanted you to be able to choose your own path, without being limited by poverty or dependence. Harry looked down at the parchment in his hands, a document listing all the properties that had been restored. To the Potter estate. Potter Manor. The Cornwall Manor. The Scottish Hunting Lodge. The French Vineyard. 12 others, scattered across Britain and Europe. His. All his. What do I do with it all? Harry asked. I'm 14 years old. I'm still in school. I can't manage 17 properties and millions of galleons, Anne. You learn, Lily interrupted gently. You learn slowly. You make mistakes. You ask for help. You build a team of people you trust, goblins, wizards, elves, and you let them help you carry the weight. Who can I trust? Dumbledore was supposed to be trustworthy. Everyone said so. And look what he did. Lily was silent for a long moment. Trust is not about finding perfect people, Harry. It's about finding people who are willing to be accountable. People who will admit when they're wrong. People who will listen when you say no. She reached across the table and took his hand. Your father trusted Sirius. That was not a mistake. Sirius would have died for you, he almost did, a dozen times over. The mistake was believing that Dumbledore was the same kind of man. Harry squeezed her hand. Sirius, he said. We need to tell him. About you. About everything. Lily's eyes filled with tears. Sirius Black, she whispered. Your father's best friend. The man who was willing to go to Azkaban rather than betray our family. She shook her head slowly. I've been dead for 13 years, Harry. I don't know how to face him. I don't know how to face anyone. You don't have to face anyone alone. I'll be right there with you. Lily looked at her son, really looked at him, and saw something in his eyes that made her breath catch. James. Asterisk James's stubbornness. James's courage. James's refusal to back down, even when the odds were impossible, asterisk. You look like him, Lily said. When you make that face. The I'm going to do this whether you like it or not face. Harry almost smiled. Is that a good thing? It's a Potter thing. Lily squeezed his hand again. And yes. It's a very good thing. Sirius arrived at Gringotts within the hour. Harry had sent a message through the Goblin messenger system, a single line, asterisk come to the Potter suite. It's urgent. Bring Remus if you can, asterisk. Sirius came alone. He burst through the door of the suite with his wand drawn, his grey eyes wild, his dark hair flying around his face like a lion's mane. Harry, what's happened? Are you all right? And then he saw Lily. The wand clattered to the floor. Sirius stood frozen in the doorway, his mouth open, his face cycling through a dozen emotions in the span of a single breath. Confusion. Disbelief. Hope. Fear. Grief. Joy. Lily, he whispered. Lily, you're alive, Lily finished. Sort of. It's complicated. Sirius crossed the room in 3 strides and dropped to his knees in front of her chair. His hands hovered over hers, trembling, afraid to touch. How? He asked. How is this possible? Dumbledore, Harry said. His voice was flat. He preserved her body in a hidden vault. Used blood magic to trap her soul between life and death. He's been keeping her there for 13 years. Sirius's face went grey. Dumbledore, he repeated. Dumbledore did this. Along with stealing millions of galleons from the Potter estate, selling our family's properties, and bribing half the Wizengamot to look the other way. Harry's hands curled into fists. The audit uncovered everything. The wills, the trusts, the transactions. Dumbledore's been robbing us since the day my parents died. Sirius turned to look at Harry, really look at him, and saw the exhaustion in his godson's face, the shadows under his eyes, the weight he was carrying. You've been through hell, Sirius said. No. Harry shook his head. I've been through the truth. Hell was not knowing. Hell was trusting Dumbledore. Hell was believing that I deserved to live in a cupboard while the people who were supposed to protect me stole my inheritance. He met Sirius's grey eyes. I'm done with hell. It's time to build something better. Sirius stood slowly, never taking his eyes off Harry. Then let's build it together. The next morning, Harry formally took control of the Potter estate. The ceremony was held in the main hall of Gringotts, the same hall where Harry had first met Ragnarok, less than 2 weeks ago. But everything had changed since then. The marble floor still gleamed. The chandeliers still dripped light. The goblins still sat on their high stools, watching with unreadable eyes. But Harry was different. He stood at the center of the hall, dressed in formal robes that Tilly had provided, emerald green, trimmed with gold, the Potter crest embroidered over his heart. His wand was in his hand, his shoulders were straight, and his voice, when he spoke, carried to every corner of the room. I, Harry James Potter, heir to the estate of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Jane Potter, do hereby declare that I am assuming full control of my inheritance, effective immediately. Ragnarok stood before him, holding a document bound in black leather. You understand the responsibilities that come with this authority? I do. You understand that you are now accountable for every galleon, every property, every asset belonging to the Potter estate? I do. You understand that no one, not the Ministry, not the Wizengamot, not any wizard or witch alive, has the power to override your decisions regarding your family's wealth. Harry's green eyes blazed. I do. Ragnarok handed him the document. Then sign. Harry signed, Harry James Potter *, and the letters burned silver, brighter than they ever had before, searing themselves into the leather-bound pages. The goblins in the hall rose to their feet. The chandeliers flared with light. And somewhere, in the depths of Gringotts, in the vault where the original documents were stored, in the portrait that hung in Potter Manor, Harry's parents smiled. "You did it," James's voice seemed to say. "You took back what was yours. We're proud of you," Lily's voice added. "So proud." Harry looked up at the ceiling of the hall, at the chandeliers, at the shadows, at the future stretching out before him. "I'm just getting started." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Wizengamot Trembles. The news broke on a Wednesday morning. Harry was eating breakfast in the Potter suite, toast with marmalade, pumpkin juice, a plate of eggs that Tilly had prepared with shaking, eager hands, when Ragnarok burst through the door with a newspaper clutched in his claws. The Daily Prophet's headline stretched across the front page in letters 3 inches high. Goblin Audit exposes decades of fraud at Potter Estate. Albus Dumbledore named as primary suspect. Below the headline, a photograph showed Harry entering Gringotts, taken without his knowledge, probably by a wizard with a telephoto lens and too much curiosity. In the photo, Harry looked determined. Serious. Older than his 14 years. "Someone leaked the story," Ragnarok said, throwing the newspaper onto the table. "Not us. Not anyone on the audit team. Someone from the ministry, or from Dumbledore's camp, wanted to control the narrative." Harry picked up the newspaper and read the first paragraph. Sources close to the investigation have revealed that a routine audit of the Potter estate has uncovered evidence of systematic financial fraud dating back to 1981. The stolen funds, estimated at over 4 million galleons, were allegedly diverted through a network of shell accounts and used to bribe influential members of the Wizengamot. According to internal Gringotts documents obtained by this newspaper, the primary suspect in the case is Albus Dumbledore, chief warlock of the Wizengamot and headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When reached for comment, a spokesperson for Dumbledore said, "These allegations are baseless and will be vigorously contested." Harry set down the newspaper. "The entire wizarding world knows." Ragnarok nodded grimly. "Within hours, every witch and wizard in Britain will have read this story. Within days, the news will spread to Europe, to America, to every magical community on the planet." He sat down across from Harry, his golden eyes troubled. "There is no going back now, Mr. Potter. The secret is out." Harry looked at the photograph of himself, at the boy who had walked into Gringotts 2 weeks ago, expecting a simple meeting about a simple audit. That boy was gone. In his place sat someone harder. Someone colder. Someone who had seen his mother rise from a crystal casket and his father's best friend fall to his knees in grief. "What happens now?" Harry asked. Ragnarok spread his hands. "Now, the Wizengamot trembles." The Wizengamot convened at noon. Harry watched from the public gallery, a narrow balcony overlooking the main chamber, where rows of benches curved around a central podium like the rings of a tree. The gallery was packed with witches and wizards, all of them whispering, all of them craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the proceedings below. Lily sat beside Harry, wrapped in a cloak with the hood pulled up. She wasn't ready to be seen, not yet, not by the public. But she had insisted on coming. "I need to see their faces," she had said. "When the truth comes out. I need to see who flinches." Sirius sat on Harry's other side, his jaw tight, his hand resting on his wand. He had barely spoken since the newspaper had arrived. His grey eyes tracked every movement in the chamber below, cataloguing faces, noting alliances. The Wizengamot members filed in one by one, 50 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, their faces set in masks of professional neutrality. Harry recognized some of them: Amelia Bones, with her monocle and her no-nonsense posture, Cornelius Fudge, looking harried and sweaty, Lucius Malfoy, his blonde hair gleaming under the enchanted lights. And at the head of the chamber, seated in a throne-like chair of carved oak, Albus Dumbledore. He looked old. Older than Harry had ever seen him. His silver beard seemed thinner, his blue eyes dimmer, his hands, resting on the arms of the throne, trembled slightly. But his back was straight, and his voice, when he spoke, carried the same weight it always had. "The Wizengamot is now in session," Dumbledore announced. Chief Warlock presiding. "The first item on the agenda is the so-called Potter Audit, an investigation conducted by Gringotts Wizarding Bank without proper oversight or authorization." A murmur rippled through the chamber. "The Chief Warlock will recognize the Senior Audit Director of Gringotts," Dumbledore continued. "If he is present." Ragnarok rose from a bench near the front of the chamber, a bench reserved for goblin observers. He wore formal armor, chainmail over leather, a helm tucked under his arm, his dagger at his belt. "I am present," Ragnarok said. His voice echoed in the silent chamber. "And I am prepared to present the findings of the Potter Estate investigation." Dumbledore's blue eyes met Ragnarok's gold ones. "Proceed." Ragnarok spoke for an hour. He presented the altered wills, showing the original documents and the forgeries side by side. He presented the transaction records, tracing millions of galleons from Potter vaults to shell accounts across Europe. He presented the ledger Dumbledore had kept, written in his own hand, documenting every theft, every bribe, every lie. And then he presented the letters. The letters Dumbledore had written to Gornik, the Goblin Auditor who had died in the lake beneath Gringotts. The letters that threatened Gornik's job, his family, his life. "The evidence is clear," Ragnarok said. Albus Dumbledore conspired to defraud the Potter estate of over 4 million galleons. He used the stolen funds to bribe members of this very body, including several individuals currently seated in this chamber. And when a Goblin Auditor threatened to expose his crimes, Dumbledore ensured that Auditor would never speak again. The chamber exploded into chaos. Witches and wizards shouted over each other, their voices rising in a cacophony of outrage and disbelief. Some demanded Dumbledore's immediate arrest. Others called for Ragnarok's expulsion. A few, a very few, sat in stunned silence, their faces pale, their hands shaking. Dumbledore raised his hand. The chamber fell silent. "I will not deny that the documents presented by Director Ragnarok are authentic," Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, too calm. "I will not deny that I authorized the transactions in question. I will not deny that I wrote the letters." The silence deepened. "But I will deny, vehemently and without reservation, that I acted out of greed or malice." Dumbledore rose from his throne and walked to the center of the chamber, where the light fell brightest. "Every galleon I moved, every document I altered, every secret I kept, I did to protect Harry Potter. To shield him from the forces that sought to destroy him. To give him a childhood free from the burden of his parents' legacy." Harry's hands curled into fists. Free from the burden. Dumbledore called 4 million galleons a burden. Dumbledore called 17 properties a burden. Dumbledore called Harry's inheritance a burden, and used that as an excuse to steal it all. "Protection does not require theft," Ragnarok said sharply. "Protection does not require bribery. Protection does not require murder." He stepped closer to Dumbledore, his golden eyes blazing. "You stole from a child. You bribed his guardians. You killed my nephew. And now you stand here and call it love." Dumbledore's composure cracked. "I did what was necessary. You did what was easy." Ragnarok drew his dagger, not threatening, just holding it at his side, the blade catching the light. The easy path was stealing from the Potter estate and using the money to buy silence. The easy path was preserving Lily Potter's body in a hidden vault rather than letting her soul move on. The easy path was keeping Harry dependent on you, ignorant of his true heritage, grateful for every scrap of information you deigned to share. The chamber gasped. Lily Potter's body. Preserved in a hidden vault. Harry watched the faces of the Wizengamot members, watched the horror dawn, the disbelief crumble, the truth take root. Amelia Bones's monocle fell from her eye. Cornelius Fudge's face went purple. Lucius Malfoy went very, very still. You kept her body, Bones said slowly. You trapped her soul. For 13 years. Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. Why? Bones demanded. Why would you do such a thing? Dumbledore's blue eyes flickered, just for a moment, toward the public gallery. Toward Harry. Because I could not bear to lose her, he said. His voice broke. Because I loved her. Because I loved James. Because I loved them both, and I could not let them go. Harry stood. The movement drew every eye in the chamber, Wizengamot members, journalists, spectators, goblins. All of them turned to watch as Harry Potter stepped to the railing of the public gallery and looked down at the man who had ruined his life. You loved them. Harry's voice carried through the chamber, clear and cold. You loved my parents. Then why did you let their killer walk free? Why did you send an innocent man to Azkaban without a trial? Why did you leave me with people who hated me, who starved me, who locked me in a cupboard for 11 years? Dumbledore's face went grey. Harry. No. Harry's voice hardened. You don't get to call me that. You don't get to pretend we're still friends. You don't get to pretend any of this was for my benefit. He gripped the railing so hard his knuckles went white. You stole from me. You lied to me. You manipulated me. And I am done pretending that I owe you anything, least of all my trust. The chamber was silent. Harry turned to face the Wizengamot, the 50 witches and wizards who held the power to judge Dumbledore, to punish him, to end his reign once and for all. You have the evidence, Harry said. You have the truth. The only question now is whether you have the courage to act on it. He sat down. The silence stretched. And then, slowly, like a glacier beginning to move, Amelia Bones rose to her feet. I move that Albus Dumbledore be suspended from the Wizengamot pending a full investigation of the charges against him, she said. Her voice was steady. All in favor? Hands rose. 47 of them. Dumbledore stood alone in the center of the chamber, surrounded by the raised hands of his peers, and for the first time in his long life, he looked small. The session ended at 6 o'clock. Dumbledore was escorted from the chamber by ministry orders, not arrested, not yet, but suspended from his duties pending a formal inquiry. The Wizengamot voted to freeze his assets, seal his offices, and appoint a temporary chief warlock to oversee the investigation. Harry watched him go. Asterisk, he should have looked triumphant. Vindicated. Victorious, asterisk. Instead, he just felt tired. Lily put her hand on his arm. You did the right thing, she said quietly. Did I? Harry watched the doors close behind Dumbledore's purple robes. He was my teacher. He was my mentor. He was the first adult who ever made me feel like I mattered. He turned to face his mother. And now he's gone. And I don't know how to feel about that. Lily pulled him into a hug, her first hug since she had woken from the casket. She was still cold, still fragile, but her arms held him tightly. Feel however you feel, she whispered. Anger. Grief. Relief. Confusion. All of it is valid. All of it is yours. She pulled back and looked into his eyes. But don't let Dumbledore take any more from you than he already has. Don't let his crimes define your future. Harry nodded slowly. I won't. Sirius appeared at his other side, his grey eyes blazing. The Wizengamot is terrified, he said. 47 votes to suspend Dumbledore. Do you know what that means? Harry shook his head. It means they're afraid of you. Sirius grinned, a sharp, dangerous grin. They've spent 13 years ignoring the Potter estate, letting Dumbledore do whatever he wanted, assuming the boy who lived would never fight back. And now they've seen what happens when you push Harry Potter too far. Harry looked down at the chamber below, at the Wizengamot members filing out, their heads bent together in whispered conversation, their eyes flicking toward the public gallery. They're afraid of me. Good. Come on, Harry said, turning away from the railing. We have work to do. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, Restoring the Potter Legacy. The first property Harry reclaimed was Potter Manor. Not because it was the largest, or the most valuable, or even the most important, but because it was home. Or it should have been. The manor had stood empty for 13 years, its rooms gathering dust, its portraits growing lonely, its wards weakening from neglect. Harry stood in the entrance hall with Tilly at his side and looked at the wreckage of his inheritance. The chandeliers still glowed, but several crystals had fallen and shattered on the marble floor. The portraits still watched, but their frames were tarnished, their paint cracked. The air smelled of mildew and decay, the smell of a house that had been waiting for someone who never came. How long will it take to restore? Harry asked. Tilly wrung his hands. Weeks, Master Harry. Months, perhaps. The manor's magic has been sleeping for a long time. Waking it will require. Whatever it requires. Harry turned to face the old elf. Hire workers. Buy supplies. Use whatever gold you need. I want this house livable by the time I go back to Hogwarts. Tilly's eyes filled with tears. You mean to live here, Master Harry? Truly. This is my home. Harry looked up at the portrait of his parents, James and Lily, frozen in that moment of laughter, holding a baby who would grow up to reclaim everything they had lost. It's time I started acting like it. The restoration of Potter Manor became the centerpiece of Harry's summer. Each morning, he woke before dawn and walked the manor's grounds, mapping the boundaries of his inheritance. The property stretched for miles, rolling hills, dense forests, a private lake that gleamed like silver in the morning light. There were greenhouses, workshops, even a small Quidditch pitch that had fallen into disrepair. My father played Quidditch here, Harry thought, running his hand along the weathered hoops. My mother probably watched from the stands. They were happy here, Before Voldemort. Before Dumbledore. Before everything went wrong. By mid-August, the manor was beginning to resemble its former self. Tilly had hired a team of house elves from across Britain, creatures who worked through the night, scrubbing floors, polishing silver, repairing centuries of neglect. The chandeliers were restored, the portraits cleaned, the wards reinforced. And the rooms, dozens of them, hundreds of them, began to feel like home. Harry chose a bedroom on the 3rd floor, overlooking the lake. It had belonged to his father as a boy, he knew this because James's portrait had told him, pointing a painted finger toward the room with tears in his painted eyes. He used to sneak out the window at night, James said, his voice soft with memory. Fly down to the lake on his broomstick. Swim in the water until dawn. Harry looked out the window at the silver water below. I'm not much of a swimmer, he said. James laughed, a sound that made Harry's chest ache. Neither was I, at first. But your mother, she taught me. Pulled me into the water before I could protest. Said every Potter should know how to swim in their own lake. Lily. Harry's mother was still staying at Gringotts, still recovering her strength, still refusing to be seen by the public. But she visited the manor often, walking through the rooms with wonder in her green eyes. I'd forgotten how beautiful it was, she said, running her fingers along the banister of the grand staircase. James and I, we used to dance here. After you were born. When you were sleeping, and the house was quiet, and we could pretend the war didn't exist. Harry stood beside her, looking up at the ceiling, at the stars that glowed there, enchanted to mimic the night sky. We'll dance again, he said. When you're better. When this is all over. Lily turned to look at him, really look at him, and smiled. "My brave boy," she said. "Always looking forward. Always planning for the future. It's the only direction worth looking." The second property Harry reclaimed was the French vineyard. He traveled there by Portkey, an old boot that Ragnock had enchanted to transport him to the south of France, where the sun was warm and the air smelled of grapes and lavender. Sirius came with him, along with a team of Goblin auditors who had volunteered to help restore the Potter estate. The vineyard had been sold to the Rosier family in 1988, a pure-blood family with ties to Voldemort and a history of dark magic. But the sale had been fraudulent, just like all the others, and the Rosiers had been forced to return the property when Harry filed his legal claims. They hadn't gone quietly. "The vines are cursed," one of the goblins reported, examining a row of blackened plants. "Dark magic, embedded in the roots. Whoever did this wanted to ensure that no one could ever use this vineyard again." Harry knelt beside the cursed vines. Dumbledore's work. Or the Rosiers? It didn't matter. The vineyard was his now, his responsibility, his challenge, his to restore. "Can the curse be broken?" he asked. The goblin hesitated. "It will require a counter-curse of significant power. And the cooperation of someone with," he paused. His golden eyes flicking toward Harry. "Someone with experience in dark magic detection." Sirius stepped forward. "I know a few people. Remus, for one. He's dealt with curses before." Harry nodded. "Contact him. Tell him I'll pay whatever he asks." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "You're getting comfortable with that gold, aren't you?" Harry looked around the vineyard, at the cursed vines, the dying plants, the legacy of neglect and malice. "This gold isn't for me," he said. "It's for them. For the vineyard. For Potter Manor. For everything Dumbledore tried to destroy." He turned to face Sirius. "I'm not spending this money. I'm investing it. In my family's future." Sirius's gray eyes softened. "James would be proud of you," he said quietly. "You know that, right?" Harry thought of his father, of the man who had died to protect him, who had hidden millions of galleons in a secret vault, who had trusted the wrong person and paid the ultimate price. "I hope so," Harry said. "I really hope so." The third property was the most unexpected. It wasn't a manor or a vineyard or a hunting lodge. It was a building in Diagon Alley, a narrow storefront wedged between Flourish and Blots and an apothecary shop that smelled of dried newts. The storefront had been boarded up for decades. The sign above the door was too faded to read. But according to the property records, this building had once housed the Potter Apothecary, a shop founded by Harry's great-great-grandfather in 1873. It was one of the most respected potion ingredient suppliers in Britain, Ragnock said, reading from a historical document. "Your ancestors grew their own ingredients in the manor's greenhouses and sold them here." The shop closed in 1979, when the war made it too dangerous to operate. Harry stood on the sidewalk, looking at the boarded-up windows. "I want to reopen it." Ragnock looked up from his document. "Reopen the apothecary? Why not? The greenhouses at Potter Manor are still intact. We could start growing ingredients again. Sell them here, in the family's original shop." Harry's mind was racing now, imagining the possibilities. "We could hire wizards who lost their jobs during the war. Train young potioneers who can't afford apprenticeships. Build something that lasts." Ragnock was silent for a long moment. "You sound like your father," he said finally. He had the same vision. The same drive. The same stubborn refusal to accept that the world couldn't be changed. Harry smiled, a real smile, the first in weeks. "Maybe it runs in the family." The restoration of the Potter Apothecary took 2 months. Harry hired contractors, wizards and goblins both, to tear down the boards, repair the walls, and install new fixtures. He hired a manager, a retired potions master named Alara Fig, no relation to Mrs. Fig, she assured him, though the coincidence was strange. He hired workers, house elves, young witches, goblins looking for work outside the bank. And on the 1st of November, exactly 1 month after Harry had received the Gringotts letter that changed everything, the apothecary reopened. The ceremony was small. Harry hadn't invited the press, hadn't announced the reopening in the Prophet, hadn't done anything to draw attention. But the news spread anyway, as news always did in Diagon Alley, and by noon the shop was packed with customers. Witches and wizards examined the shelves, potion ingredients arranged by category, each one labeled with the Potter crest and a guarantee of quality. House elves demonstrated brewing techniques in the back room. Children pressed their noses against the windows, marveling at the displays. Harry stood in a corner, watching it all. This is what restoration looks like. Not grand speeches or dramatic gestures. Just, work. Day after day. Hour after hour. Building something that will outlast him, Master Harry. Tilly appeared at his side, holding a tray of refreshments. The customers are asking to meet you. Shall I tell them you're unavailable? Harry shook his head. No. I'll meet them. He pushed off from the wall and walked into the crowd. By the end of the summer, Harry had reclaimed 9 properties, restored 2, and reopened the family apothecary. He had hired 47 employees, witches, wizards, goblins, and house elves, and invested over 500,000 galleons in the Potter estate's future. But the most important restoration wasn't physical. It was reputational. For years, the name Potter had been associated with tragedy, with a young couple murdered in their home, with a baby who somehow survived, with a legacy of grief and loss. But now, people were beginning to see the Potters differently. The boy who lived, they whispered, is becoming the boy who rebuilt. He's not just surviving. He's thriving, He's honoring his parents' memory, not with tears, but with action. Harry heard the whispers and tried not to let them go to his head. I'm not doing this for the recognition, he told himself. I'm doing this because it's right. But sometimes, late at night, when the manor was quiet and the portraits were sleeping, he allowed himself to feel proud. I did this. Me. Not Dumbledore. Not the Ministry. Not anyone else, Harry Potter, the boy from the cupboard, the freak, the disappointment. He did this. On the last night of summer, Harry stood on the balcony of Potter Manor and looked out at the lake below. The moon was full, casting silver light across the water. The stars were bright, brighter than they ever were in London, brighter even than at Hogwarts. And the air smelled of autumn, leaves turning, fires burning, the promise of change. Lily joined him on the balcony, wrapped in a thick cloak. Are you ready? She asked. Harry knew she wasn't asking about Hogwarts. She was asking about everything, the audit, the restoration, the war that was coming. I don't know, he admitted. But I'm going anyway. Lily smiled, that same smile from the portrait, the one that made her look young and hopeful and impossibly brave. That's all anyone can do, she said. Show up. Do the work. Keep going, even when it's hard. Harry looked at the lake, at the stars, at the future stretching out before him. Show up, he repeated. Do the work. Keep going. He turned to face his mother. I can do that. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Allies Gather. The first letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry found it on the breakfast table in Potter Manor, tucked between a plate of kippers and a stack of restoration reports. The envelope was made of heavy parchment, the kind that cost more than most wizards earned in a week, and sealed with a crest he didn't recognize, a silver wolf howling at a crescent moon. Who's it from? Sirius asked, reaching for the marmalade. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Dear Mr. Potter. You do not know me, but I knew your father. We were at Hogwarts together, not friends, exactly, but allies. Our families have shared blood and bound business for 7 generations, asterisk. Asterisk I am writing to offer my congratulations on the restoration of the Potter estate. What you have accomplished in such a short time is nothing short of remarkable. More importantly, you have done what many of us believed impossible, you have exposed the truth about Albus Dumbledore's manipulations, asterisk. Asterisk there are others like me, old allies of House Potter who have been waiting in the shadows, afraid to speak, afraid to act, afraid that Dumbledore's reach extended further than anyone knew. We have watched you. We have hoped for you. And now, we would like to meet you, asterisk. Asterisk if you are willing, I invite you to dinner at my home this Saturday evening. Come alone, or bring your godfather. The choice is yours, asterisk. Yours in solidarity. Lord Tiberius McClellan. House McClellan. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Sirius. Tiberius McClellan, Sirius said slowly, scanning the parchment. I remember him. Ancient family. Old money. They stayed neutral during the First War, wouldn't commit to either side. Your father called them cowards. And now they want to meet me. Sirius set down the letter. Now that Dumbledore's power is cracking, everyone wants to meet you. The question is whether they want to help, or whether they want to use you. Harry looked at the silver wolf on the seal. There's only one way to find out. Lord Tiberius McClellan lived in a manor house in the Scottish Highlands, a fortress of grey stone that had stood for 8 centuries, its walls thick with history and darker secrets. Harry travelled there by Portkey, a rusty horseshoe that deposited him on the manor's front lawn, accompanied by Sirius and, at the last moment, Remus. Mooney's better at reading people than I am, Sirius had explained. He'll smell a lie before it's spoken. Remus had looked uncomfortable at that, he always looked uncomfortable when his lycanthropy was mentioned, but he hadn't argued. The manor's front doors opened before Harry could knock. A house elf stood in the doorway, not old and wrinkled like Tilly, but young and bright-eyed, wearing a silver tunic embroidered with the Howling Wolf crest. Master Harry Potter, the elf said, bowing low. Lord McClellan awaits you in the Great Hall. Please follow Fizzy. The Great Hall was larger than Harry expected, larger even than the entrance hall at Potter Manor. Tapestries covered the walls, each one depicting a different scene from the McClellan family history, battles, weddings, executions, treaties. A fire roared in a hearth the size of a small cottage, and at a table long enough to seat 50 sat a single man. Lord Tiberius McClellan was old, older than Dumbledore, Harry realized with a jolt. His hair was white, his face lined, his hands gnarled with arthritis. But his eyes were sharp, sharp as the silver wolf on his crest, and they missed nothing. Mr. Potter, McClellan said, rising slowly from his chair. Thank you for coming. Harry stepped forward, Sirius and Remus flanking him like bodyguards. Thank you for inviting me. McClellan's eyes flicked to Sirius, then to Remus, then back to Harry. Your father's friends, he said. Loyal. Brave. Foolish, perhaps, to stand so openly beside a Potter in times like these. He gestured to the table. Sit. Eat. We have much to discuss. The dinner was simple, soup, bread, cheese, wine that Harry declined, but the conversation was anything but. You've stirred a hornet's nest, McClellan said, tearing a piece of bread with his gnarled hands. The Wizengamot is in chaos. Dumbledore's allies are scrambling to distance themselves from him. And the families who supported Dumbledore, who benefited from his control of the Potter estate, are terrified. Harry set down his spoon. They should be. McClellan smiled, a thin, cold smile. Yes. They should. He leaned back in his chair, studying Harry with those sharp old eyes. But terror is a double-edged sword, Mr. Potter. The families who are afraid of you today may become your enemies tomorrow. Unless you give them a reason not to be. What kind of reason? Protection. McClellan spread his hands. The old families, the truly old families, care about one thing above all else, survival. They will support whoever can guarantee their safety, their wealth, their legacy. For 13 years, that person was Albus Dumbledore. Now. He paused. Now, it could be you. Harry frowned. I'm 14 years old. Age is irrelevant. Power is not. McClellan leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. You have exposed the most powerful wizard in Britain as a fraud and a thief. You have reclaimed millions of galleons from his allies. You have restored your family's name and fortune in a matter of months. The old families are watching you, Mr. Potter. And they are asking themselves whether you might be a better ally than an enemy. Sirius spoke for the first time. The old families abandoned the Potters. When they needed help. When James and Lily were marked for death, when Harry was left with Muggles, when Dumbledore was stealing everything, where were the McClellans then? McClellan didn't flinch. Hiding. Just like everyone else. He met Sirius's grey eyes without apology. I am not proud of what my family did, or failed to do, during those years. But I am practical. The past cannot be changed. The future can. He turned back to Harry. I am not the only one who wants to meet you, Mr. Potter. There are others. Families who stayed silent during Dumbledore's rise, hoping to survive. Families who lost everything because they refused to bow to him. Families who have been waiting for someone like you, someone with the courage to fight back. Harry thought about the letter, about the words old allies of House Potter. How many? McClellan smiled again, warmer this time, almost human. More than you think. Over the next 2 weeks, Harry met with 7 families. The McClellans were first, followed by the Ogdens, a family of potioneers who had supplied ingredients to the Potter apothecary for generations. Lord Ogden was a round, red-faced man with a booming laugh and hands stained green from years of handling plants. He arrived at Potter Manor with a wagon full of rare seedlings, a gift, he said, to help restore the manor's greenhouses. The Potters always had the best soil, Ogden said, patting a crate of wriggling mandrakes. Shame to let it go to waste. Harry accepted the gift and added Ogden to his list of potential allies. The Weasleys came next, not Arthur and Molly, who had been friends of the Potters for years, but a branch of the family Harry had never met. Lord Septimus Weasley was a distant cousin of Arthur's, a wiry man with red hair that had faded to white and a sharp, calculating gaze. Dumbledore kept us poor, Septimus said bluntly, sitting in Harry's study with a cup of tea that Tilly had provided. Oh, not directly. He was too clever for that. But every time a Weasley applied for a ministry position, every time a Weasley sought funding for a project, every time a Weasley tried to rise above our station, Dumbledore's allies were there to push us back down. Harry frowned. Why? Because we were loyal to your father. Septimus set down his teacup. James Potter was a good man, a better man than most. He treated us as equals, not as blood traitors or charity cases. And Dumbledore couldn't stand that. He leaned forward. He couldn't stand anyone who might challenge his control over you. Harry thought about Ron, about how the Weasleys had taken him in, fed him, clothed him, loved him like a son. Had Dumbledore seen that as a threat? Had he tried to keep the Weasleys poor and powerless, simply because they might offer Harry an alternative to his control? Your family has always been welcome at Potter Manor, Harry said. That won't change. Septimus's eyes glistened. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you. The most unexpected ally arrived on a rainy Thursday afternoon. Harry was in the greenhouse, replanting the seedlings Ogden had brought, when Tilly appeared with news that made him drop his trowel. A witch has arrived, Master Harry. She says her name is Andromeda Tonks. She says she is your cousin. Cousin. Harry had cousins, the Dursleys, though he never thought of them that way. But Andromeda Tonks? The name was familiar, though he couldn't place it. He left the greenhouse and walked to the entrance hall, where a tall witch with brown hair and kind eyes was waiting. She wore simple robes, practical boots, and an expression of barely contained grief. "Mr. Potter," Andromeda said. "Thank you for seeing me." Harry nodded, unsure what to say. Andromeda seemed to understand. She took a deep breath and spoke quickly, as if ripping off a bandage. "I am the sister of Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy. I was disowned by my family for marrying a Muggle-born wizard, Ted Tonks, who fought beside your parents in the Order of the Phoenix." Her voice cracked. "Ted died last year. Killed by Death Eaters. My daughter, Nymphadora, she's an Auror. She's been fighting alone since her father died." Harry's heart clenched. Bellatrix Lestrange. The woman who tortured Neville's parents into madness. The woman who was obsessed with Voldemort, Narcissa Malfoy. Draco's mother. Lucius's wife, And Andromeda, the sister who had chosen love over blood, who had married a Muggle-born, who had lost everything because she refused to hate. "Why are you here?" Harry asked. Andromeda met his eyes. "Because Dumbledore promised to protect my family, and he failed. Because the Ministry promised to hunt down Ted's killers, and they didn't. Because the only person who has shown any real courage in years is a 14-year-old boy who refuses to back down." She stepped closer. "I want to help you, Mr. Potter. Whatever you need. Whatever it takes." Harry looked at this woman, this stranger who was his cousin, who had lost her husband, who was raising a daughter alone, and made a decision. "Stay," he said. "Potter Manor has room. And I have work that needs doing." Andromeda's face crumbled. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you." By the end of August, Harry had gathered 14 allies. They came from across Britain, old families, new families, families that had been loyal to the Potters for generations and families that had only recently discovered the truth about Dumbledore's crimes. They offered gold, resources, connections, skills. They offered their loyalty. But loyalty, Harry knew, was a two-way street. "If you want my protection," he told them, gathered in the great hall of Potter Manor, "you have to earn it. No more hiding. No more waiting to see which way the wind blows. I need people who will stand with me, openly, publicly, without reservation." Lord Ogden stepped forward. "The Ogdens stand with House Potter." Lord McClellan followed. "The McClellans stand with House Potter." Septimus Weasley. Andromeda Tonks. Illyra Fig. One by one, the allies pledged themselves to Harry's cause. Sirius watched from the back of the hall, his grey eyes shining. "James," he thought. "Your son is becoming the man you always hoped he'd be." That night, Harry sat alone in his study, looking at the list of names. 14 families. Dozens of individuals. All of them willing to fight, or at least, willing to say they were willing. But are they trustworthy? Or are they just like Dumbledore, pretending to help while serving their own interests? Harry didn't know. Couldn't know. Not yet. But he would find out. He always did. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Lily entered, moving more easily now, her color better than it had been weeks ago. She sat across from Harry's desk and looked at the list of names. "Allies," she said. "Yes. Good ones?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know yet. But they're better than nothing." Lily reached across the desk and took his hand. "You're doing well, Harry. Better than well. You're doing what James and I never could, building something that will last." She squeezed his fingers. "I'm proud of you." Harry looked at his mother, at the woman who had been trapped in a crystal casket for 13 years, who was still learning how to be alive again, and felt something loosen in his chest. "I'm not doing it alone," he said. "I have Sirius, Remus, the goblins." And now, he tapped the list of names, them. Lily smiled. "Then use them. Trust them. But always, always watch your back." Her eyes darkened. "The people who smile at you today may be holding a knife tomorrow." Harry nodded. "I know." He looked out the window at the dark lake, at the stars reflected on its surface, at the future that was rushing toward him faster than he could run. Let them come, he thought. Asterisk allies. Enemies. Whatever comes next, asterisk. I'm ready. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Secrets Beneath Potter Manor. The discovery happened by accident. Harry was exploring the manor's east wing, a section that had been sealed off since his parents' death, its doors locked with magic that had taken Tilly weeks to unravel. The rooms here were different from the rest of the manor, older, darker, furnished in styles that predated Hogwarts. The portraits on the walls were silent, their painted eyes following Harry as he walked, their painted lips pressed together as if they were keeping secrets. Maybe they were. The corridor ended at a tapestry, a massive weaving that depicted a battle Harry didn't recognize. Wizards in ancient robes fought against creatures that looked like shadows given form, their weapons gleaming with light that seemed to move even in the static threads. Harry was about to turn back when he noticed something strange. The tapestry was crooked. Not by much, just a few degrees, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. But Harry had spent 11 years in a house where everything was perfectly aligned, where Petunia would have thrown a fit over a picture frame hanging askew. He noticed things like that now. He reached out and straightened the tapestry. The wall behind it clicked. A section of stone slid inward, then sideways, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into darkness. Cold air rushed up from below, not the damp cold of a basement, but something older. Something that felt like a tomb. Harry drew his wand. Asterisk Lumos, asterisk. The light revealed stone steps, worn smooth by centuries of use. The walls were covered in carvings, runes, sigils, symbols that Harry didn't recognize. Some of them glowed faintly, responding to his wand light with pulses of blue and gold. This wasn't on any of the manor's blueprints. Tilly hadn't mentioned it. No one had mentioned it. Harry descended. The stairs went down for a long time. Harry counted his steps, 100, 200, 300, until he lost count entirely. The air grew colder. Thinner, heavier. The runes on the walls glowed brighter, casting the staircase in an eerie, shifting light. And then the stairs ended. Harry stepped into a chamber that took his breath away. It was round, enormously round, like the inside of a sphere, with walls made of black stone that seemed to absorb the light from his wand. The ceiling was lost in darkness, but the floor was covered in mosaics, patterns of gold and silver and precious gems that formed constellations, star charts, maps of worlds Harry had never imagined. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal. And on the pedestal rested a book. It was huge, the size of a shield, bound in leather so old it had turned to something like stone. The cover was embossed with the Potter crest, the shield, the chevron, the two golden griffins. But there was something else too. Something beneath the griffins, hidden in the negative space of the design. A door. An open door. Harry approached the pedestal, his footsteps echoing in the silent chamber. The book seemed to pulse with its own light, a soft, golden glow that grew brighter as he drew closer. He reached out and touched the cover. The leather was warm. Alive. Waiting. He opened the book. The first page was written in a language Harry didn't recognize, looping, elegant script that looked like nothing he had ever seen at Hogwarts. But as he stared at the words, they began to shift, to change, to translate themselves into English. The Book of Potter. Being a complete record of the family's history, secrets, and magical knowledge. Compiled by Linfred of Stinchcombe, first of the name. In the year of our Lord 1283. Let it be known that the Potters are not merely wizards. We are something more. Harry's heart pounded. Something more. He turned the page. The second page was a history that contradicted everything Harry had been taught at Hogwarts. According to the Book of Potter, the Potters had not originated in Britain. They had come from the East, from lands beyond Europe, beyond the known world, from a civilization that had mastered magic while wizards in Britain were still burning each other at the stake. The Potters were warriors, the book explained. Asterisk, not soldiers in the ordinary sense, but guardians. Protectors. Wizards who train from birth to fight the darkness that lurks beyond the edges of the world. Asterisk. Asterisk, the first Potter, Linfred, came to Britain in 1267. He brought with him knowledge that had been lost to the West for centuries, knowledge of blood magic, of soul magic, of the old arts that predate the Ministry, the Wisengamot, even Hogwarts itself. Asterisk. Asterisk, he married a Muggle woman, Ethelreda Potter, not out of love, but out of necessity. The Potter bloodline required fresh infusion every few generations to prevent the magic from growing too thin. Ethelreda carried the old blood, the blood of the earth, the blood of the ancients, and their children were stronger than any wizard born in Britain for 1,000 years. Asterisk. Harry read the passage 3 times. Blood magic. Soul magic. The old arts. His ancestors had practiced magic that Dumbledore would have called dark, magic that the Ministry had outlawed centuries ago. And they had passed that knowledge down, generation after generation, hidden in the walls of Potter Manor, waiting for the right heir to discover it. Waiting for him. The next 100 pages were filled with spells. Harry recognized some of them, basic charms, transfigurations, defensive magic that he had learned at Hogwarts. But most of them were completely foreign. Spells that required blood to cast. Spells that required sacrifice. Spells that required the caster to give something of themselves, their memories, their emotions, their very life force, in exchange for power. These are dangerous, Harry thought. These could kill me. But he kept reading. Because the book wasn't just about magic. It was about Potter magic, the specific. Inherited abilities that had been passed down through his family for 7 centuries. The Potters have always been able to see what others cannot. The Potters have always been able to go where others fear to tread. The Potters have always been able to return from the brink of death, not through luck, but through will. Harry thought about all the times he had survived when he should have died. The killing curse that had rebounded when he was a baby. The Basilisk's Fong in 2nd year. The Dementors in 3rd year. Voldemort's return in 4th year. The Department of Mysteries in 5th year. It wasn't luck. It wasn't Lily's sacrifice, not entirely. Asterisk, it was his blood. His heritage. His family's ancient, forbidden magic. Asterisk. Protecting him. Saving him. Keeping him alive for a purpose he still didn't understand. He found the journals at the bottom of a chest in the corner of the chamber. There were dozens of them, leather-bound, handwritten, dating back to the 16th century. Each one was written by a different Potter, each one documenting their struggles, their discoveries, their fears. Harry pulled out the newest journal, dated 1979, the year before his parents died. James's handwriting. He opened it with shaking hands. July 14, 1979. Asterisk, Dumbledore came to the manor today. He asked to see the family archives, said he needed to verify something for the order. I showed him the main library, but I didn't take him to the lower chambers. Something about him makes me uneasy. Lily says I'm being paranoid. Maybe I am. But I can't shake the feeling that Dumbledore is looking for something. Something specific. Asterisk. Asterisk, I'm going to hide the most important documents. Just in case. Asterisk. Harry turned the page. August 3, 1979. Lily is pregnant. We're going to have a baby. Asterisk I've started writing a new will, one that Dumbledore won't be able to tamper with. I've also created a secret trust, accessible only to our child when they come of age. If anything happens to us, I want our son or daughter to have something that Dumbledore can't take away, asterisk. Asterisk I'm hiding the key in Trust 6. No one ever looks at Trust 6, it's just family history, personal effects. Dumbledore won't think to search there, asterisk. Harry's eyes burned. He knew. Asterisk James Potter had known, somehow, that Dumbledore couldn't be trusted. He had seen the darkness behind the twinkling eyes, the manipulation behind the grandfatherly smiles, asterisk. And he had protected Harry. From beyond the grave. From the very person Harry had trusted most. The next journal was written by Fremont Potter, Harry's grandfather, and dated 1967. Asterisk Dumbledore asked to borrow the Potter family grimoire today. Said he was researching ancient counter curses for the order. I refused, asterisk. Asterisk the grimoire is not a lending library. It contains spells that have been in our family for centuries, spells that could destroy a wizard if used incorrectly. I don't trust Dumbledore with that kind of power. I don't trust anyone with that kind of power, except another Potter, asterisk. Asterisk he didn't take the refusal well. His eyes went cold, colder than I've ever seen them. He said, Fremont, I hope you never have cause to regret this decision. Asterisk. It sounded like a threat. Harry's hands curled into fists. Asterisk Dumbledore had been threatening the Potters for decades. Long before Harry was born. Long before James and Lily died, asterisk. And no one had known. No one had seen. Asterisk because Dumbledore was the leader of the light. The greatest wizard alive. The man who could do no wrong, asterisk. Asterisk except he could. And he did. Over and over and over again, asterisk. Harry spent 3 days in the hidden chamber. He read the journals, studied the spells, traced his fingers over the mosaics on the floor. He learned things about his family that no history book had ever recorded, secrets that had been buried for centuries, waiting for someone brave enough to uncover them. Asterisk the Potters had fought in every major magical war for 700 years, asterisk. The Potters had helped found Hogwarts, not as teachers, but as protectors, standing guard while the castle was built. The Potters had been hunted by dark wizards, jealous rivals, even the ministry itself, and they had survived. Because they were strong. Because they were clever. Because they knew things that other wizards didn't. Harry closed the last journal and sat in the darkness, surrounded by the weight of his family's history. I'm not just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I'm Harry Potter, heir to a legacy of warriors. And it's time I started acting like it. On the 4th day, Lily found him. She descended the narrow staircase slowly, her hand on the wall for balance, her green eyes wide as she took in the chamber, the pedestal, the book. I'd forgotten this place, she said softly. James brought me here once. Before you were born. She walked to the pedestal and touched the cover of the Book of Potter. He said the family secrets were too heavy for one person to carry alone. He said he was glad he didn't have to. Harry looked at his mother. He knew about Dumbledore. Lily nodded slowly. He suspected. He never had proof, not until the end, when it was too late. But he suspected. She turned to face Harry. That's why he created the secret trust. That's why he hid the key. He wanted to make sure you had something, something that Dumbledore couldn't take. Harry stood and walked to his mother. He took everything else. The properties. The gold. The investments. Harry's voice was hard. He took you. Lily's eyes filled with tears. But he didn't take this. She gestured to the chamber, the book, the journals. He didn't take the knowledge. He didn't take the history. He didn't take the magic that flows in your blood, Harry. That's still yours. That will always be yours. Harry looked around the chamber, at the mosaics, at the runes, at the evidence of 7 centuries of Potter magic. Knowledge. History. Power. Teach me, he said. Everything James taught you. Everything the family knew. I want to learn it all. Lily smiled, a smile that was proud and sad and hopeful all at once. Then let's begin. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, The Public Revelation. The Daily Prophet arrived at Potter Manor on a grey September morning, wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. Harry had stopped reading the newspaper weeks ago. Too much speculation, too many lies, too many journalists twisting his words to fit their narratives. But this morning, Sirius thrust a copy into his hands with an expression that was equal parts fury and triumph. Read page 1, Sirius said. Then read page 2. Then read the rest. Harry unfolded the newspaper. The headline stretched across the front page in letters of fire, enchanted ink that blazed and smoked as he read. Gringotts releases full Potter audit findings. Dumbledore's crimes laid bare for all to see. Below the headline, a photograph showed Harry entering Gringotts, the same photograph from weeks ago, but now it was accompanied by images Harry had never seen before. Photographs of the altered wills. Photographs of Dumbledore's handwritten ledger. Photographs of the letters to Gornak, the goblin who had died in the lake. The goblins had released everything. No more secrets. No more half-truths. The public revelation had begun. The first page summarized the audit's findings in language that even Muggles could understand. Gringotts Wizarding Bank has completed its investigation into the Potter estate, uncovering evidence of systematic financial fraud dating back to November 1981. The stolen funds total approximately 4.7 million galleons, enough to purchase a small country or fund a war. The primary suspect in the case is Albus Dumbledore, chief warlock of the Wizengamot and headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. According to documents obtained by this newspaper, Dumbledore personally authorized hundreds of fraudulent transactions, forged legal documents, and used his position as Harry Potter's magical guardian to enrich himself and his allies. The goblins have released the following documents to the public. The original Potter wills, naming Sirius Black as primary guardian and executor. The altered wills, filed by Dumbledore after the Potters' deaths. Dumbledore's personal ledger, detailing every stolen galleon and every bribe paid. Letters from Dumbledore to Gringotts auditor Gornak, threatening the goblins' employment and family. Transaction records tracing stolen funds to accounts controlled by Dumbledore's proxies, including members of the Wizengamot. Harry lowered the newspaper. 4.7 million galleons. More than they had initially estimated. More than he had ever imagined. How did they get the documents? Harry asked. I thought the audit was still ongoing. Sirius sat down across from him, his grey eyes hard. Ragnarok decided to go public after Dumbledore's allies tried to block the investigation. He said the only way to protect the evidence was to put it in the hands of every witch and wizard in Britain. He paused. He also said you deserved to have the truth known. All of it. Not buried in some ministry vault where no one would ever see it. Harry looked back at the newspaper. The truth. All of it. No more secrets. Page 2 was worse. Much worse. The photographs showed faces Harry recognized from the Wizengamot, from the ministry, from the pages of the Prophet over the years. Theodore Nott Sr. Augusta Longbottom. Barty Crouch Sr. Cornelius Fudge. Lucius Malfoy. Amelia Bones. Rufus Scrimgeour. Below each photograph was a list of transactions, stolen galleons, traced from the Potter estate to the personal accounts of each individual. Theodore Nott Sr., 450,000 galleons. Augusta Longbottom, 375,000 galleons. Barty Crouch Sr., 500,000 galleons. Cornelius Fudge, 300,000 galleons. Lucius Malfoy, 600,000 galleons. Amelia Bones, 250,000 galleons. Rufus Scrimgeour, 350,000 galleons. Harry stared at Augusta Longbottom's name. Neville's grandmother. The woman who had raised Neville after his parents were tortured into madness. The woman who had sat on the Wizengamot for decades, dispensing justice while stealing from a child. Sirius, Harry said slowly. Neville doesn't know about this, does he? Sirius's expression softened. I don't know, Harry. The prophet only came out this morning. But if I know Neville, and I think I do, he'll be devastated. Harry set down the newspaper. Devastated. Betrayed. Just like Harry had been, when he learned the truth about Dumbledore. I need to write to him, Harry said. Before he hears it from anyone else. Sirius nodded. That's a good idea. The letter to Neville was the hardest thing Harry had ever written. He sat in his study for an hour, staring at the blank parchment, trying to find words that wouldn't make everything worse. Finally, he gave up on eloquence and wrote from the heart. Neville. By the time you read this, you'll have seen the prophet. You'll know about your grandmother. You'll know about the stolen gold, the bribes, the lies, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but I didn't know how. How do you tell your best friend that his grandmother helped steal your inheritance, I don't blame you, Neville. I could never blame you. Augusta's choices are her own. They don't define you. They don't change who you are, or who you've always been to me, You're my friend. My brother. My family, Nothing will ever change that. If you want to talk, I'm here. If you want to yell at me, I'm here for that too. If you want to pretend none of this is happening and just play chess until we both forget the world exists, I can do that too, Whatever you need, Neville. Just say the word, Your friend. Harry. He sealed the letter with the Potter crest, the shield, the chevron, the griffins, and gave it to Tilly, who promised to deliver it within the hour. Then he sat back in his chair and waited for the world to burn. The world burned. By noon, the prophet had sold out across Britain. By 2 o'clock, the radio stations were broadcasting nothing but updates on the scandal. By 6 o'clock, the Wizengamot had convened an emergency session, the second in a month, to discuss the implications of the Goblin's revelations. Harry watched the session from the public gallery, same as before. But this time, he wasn't alone. Lily sat beside him, her hood pulled low over her face. Sirius sat on his other side, his hand on his wand. And in the gallery behind them, a dozen other allies had gathered, the McClellans, the Ogdens, Andromeda Tonks, all of them watching as the Wizengamot tore itself apart. Amelia Bones stood at the center of the chamber, her monocle flashing in the enchanted light. Her face was pale, paler than Harry had ever seen it, but her voice was steady. I will not deny that I received funds from the Potter estate, she said. But I will state, under oath and under veritaserum, that I believed those funds were legitimate. Albus Dumbledore told me they were a grant from the Ministry, intended to support my department's work on dark creature control. I had no reason to doubt him. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. No reason to doubt him. Dumbledore had told her. Dumbledore had lied. Cornelius Fudge rose from his seat, his face blotchy with sweat and rage. Dumbledore told me the funds were campaign contributions. Legal, above board, properly documented. He pointed a shaking finger at the empty throne where Dumbledore should have been sitting. He made me believe I was supporting a worthy cause, helping the boy who lived, when really he was. Stealing from the boy who lived, Harry said. The chamber went silent. Every eye turned to the public gallery, to the 14-year-old boy in emerald robes, standing at the railing, his green eyes blazing. "You all took money from my family," Harry said. "You all benefited from Dumbledore's crimes. Some of you knew what you were doing. Some of you didn't. But all of you, all of you were willing to accept gold without asking where it came from." Fudge's face went purple. "Now, see here, young man." "No." Harry's voice cracked like a whip. "You see here. I grew up in a cupboard. I wore my cousin's cast-off clothes. I was starved, beaten, and neglected by people who hated me. And while I was suffering, you were spending my parents' gold on campaign contributions and dark creature departments and whatever else Dumbledore told you to buy." He gripped the railing, his knuckles white. "The goblins have released the evidence. The truth is out. The only question now is whether you have the courage to face it, or whether you'll keep making excuses for a man who stole from a child." Silence. And then, slowly, like a glacier beginning to move, Amelia Bones bowed her head. "You're right," she said. "We should have asked questions. We should have demanded accountability. We should have protected you, Mr. Potter. And we failed." She looked up at Harry, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I am resigning from the Wizengamot, effective immediately. I will cooperate fully with any investigation into my conduct. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to make amends for the harm I've caused, even if I didn't know I was causing it." One by one, the other implicated members rose. Cornelius Fudge. Rufus Scrimgeour. Barty Crouch Sr. "I resign. I resign. I resign." Theodore Nott Sr. sat frozen in his seat, his face gray, his hands trembling. Lucius Malfoy stared straight ahead, his expression unreadable. Augusta Longbottom did not rise. She sat in her seat, the seat she had held for 40 years, and looked at Harry with eyes that held no apology. "I will not resign," she said. "I will not apologize. I did what I thought was best for the wizarding world, what Dumbledore convinced me was necessary. If that makes me a criminal, then so be it. But I will not grovel before a 14-year-old boy who knows nothing of the sacrifices we made to keep him safe." Harry's blood boiled. Sacrifices. She called stealing from a child a sacrifice. "She kept Neville from you," Lily murmured in Harry's ear. "Did you know that? After James and I died, Augusta refused to let Neville visit you. She said you were dangerous company for a young wizard." Harry's hands curled into fists. Augusta Longbottom had kept Neville away. Had kept Harry isolated. Had helped Dumbledore control him. "You want to know about sacrifice?" Harry called down to Augusta. "My parents sacrificed their lives for me. Sirius sacrificed 12 years of his freedom. The goblins sacrificed their reputation to uncover the truth. But you," his voice hardened. "You sacrificed nothing. You took. You stole. You benefited. And now you want to pretend you're the victim?" Augusta's face went red. "How dare you? How dare I?" Harry laughed, a cold, bitter sound. "How dare you sit there and lecture me about sacrifice when you couldn't even be bothered to visit me once in 11 years? When you let Dumbledore use you as a proxy to steal my inheritance? When you raised Neville to believe that his parents were heroes, while you were robbing the son of their best friends?" The chamber erupted. Witches and wizards shouted over each other, some supporting Harry, others defending Augusta. The temporary chief warlock, a witch Harry didn't recognize, pounded her gavel until the handle broke. But Augusta Longbottom said nothing. She just sat in her seat, her face carved from stone, and stared at Harry with eyes that held no remorse. The session ended at midnight. Harry walked out of the ministry with Lily on one side and Sirius on the other, his legs shaking, his heart pounding. The journalists. were waiting outside, dozens of them, their cameras flashing, their voices rising in a cacophony of questions. Mr. Potter. How do you feel about the resignations? Mr. Potter. Will you press charges against Augusta Longbottom? Mr. Potter. Is it true that your mother is alive? Harry stopped. The journalists fell silent. Tomorrow, Harry said, I will issue a statement. Tonight, I have nothing to say except this: the truth is out. The public revelation is complete. Now it's up to the Wisengamot to decide what justice looks like. He turned and walked away, his allies forming a wall behind him. Behind him, the journalists erupted into renewed frenzy. But Harry didn't look back. The truth was out. The secrets were exposed. And nothing, would ever be the same. End of chapter 14. Thank you.